All right. Welcome in, everyone. I haven't seen anyone in chat yet, but YouTube is telling me that I've got at least 3 concurrent viewers, and I've got 3 likes, so it sounds like everyone's been doing their job. So today we've got a couple of things to talk about, a couple of segments. We're going to be covering a couple of news stories relevant to the Hollywood strike as well. I'm going to be getting into my reviews of the week, in which I watched Oppenheimer. We've got the series finale of Secret Invasion. We've got 2 episodes of Strange New Worlds because we got a special one dropped on Sunday. So that's 2 to go over. And then we've got the Barbie movie. And we don't just have the Barbie movie. We have a special treat because a little birdie told me that Ben Shapiro whined about this movie for 43 minutes. So we're going to go over that as well. But how's everyone doing? Who do we got in chat? Sound out if you are here. And while you do that, I'm going to open up my drink and start drinking. It is non-alcoholic. I just need water. Okay, give me a second here. While we get started, let's go ahead and set up the first topic here. So, I figure every week I'll just do this as a segment, just having a Hollywood on Strike segment. Even if it's just like one or 2 little stories here and there, just to keep it fresh in people's minds and viewers' minds, and to make segments of it for later release on YouTube. But this week I've got... Actually, give me a second here. I need to do a couple things more because I'm a pro streamer. Okay. So, my first... So the first story that we've got today on the Hollywood on Strike update. Dwayne Johnson contributes historic donation to SAG-AFTRA Foundation Relief Fund, says President Courtney B. Vance. It's a call to arms for all of us. On July 13th, as SAG-AFTRA leadership declared the union was going on strike, SAG-AFTRA Foundation President Courtney B. Vance and Executive Director Sid Wilson drafted a letter to 2,700 of the union's highest-earning actors outlining the financial need that many would face in the work stoppage. So, let me go down here to the relevant part. Shortly after sending the letter, Dwayne Johnson's team reached out to say he wanted to help, so he and Vance hopped on a call. It was a love fest. It's like, man, you're stepping up in a way that is allowing others to know the dire necessity of it. Vance told Johnson about his contribution to the fund, noting that the exact sum is being kept confidential, but he was heartened by the A-lister's generosity. This is him saying, in such a time as this, I'm here and I'm not going anywhere, whatever you need me to do, and that sends a huge message to other folks to do the same thing. Wilson explains that the SAG-AFTRA Foundation's grants deliver up to $1,500 per individual member. But in extreme conditions where there are health issues or other situations that indicate an actor is in serious jeopardy, a lifetime member can receive up to $6,000 in emergency financial assistance. Thus, Johnson's 7-figure donation has the potential to aid thousands of actors. Wilson estimates between 7,000 to 10,000 members will need these services. So they don't give the exact amount that Dwayne Johnson gives, but they said it was a 7-figure sum. And they're saying that this is the largest single donation that the foundation has ever received. Now, strike funds are not a new thing. A lot of unions have those set up. You know, when you're not working, you're not getting paid because you're not working. So for a lot of people, that is especially for a strike that's going on for a while, that's going to be a hardship. And honestly, when I saw what the grant is here, this really doesn't seem like it's going to be helping cover much. I mean, I'm sure they'll be happy to get whatever they can, but living in LA, and this strike, when this strike is going to stretch on for months, $1,500 might cover your portion of rent for 1 month. 6,000 might cover rent for a couple months. Like I said, assuming you are sharing a house with other people who are also paying rent. But it does help. Now, one thing I want to note about this story is that this is posted on Variety, and it is a story about the generosity of an individual. And don't get me wrong, I am not trying to trash talk The Rock in this one. I have problems with the guy in other ways, but I have no problems with what he did here. I don't want people to get the idea that I'm being like, oh yeah, sure, he gave the money, but no, it is objectively a good thing that he donated this money. But the framing of it, of using, one of the richest men in Hollywood, showing his generosity and his benevolence in such a situation, and the framing of it that Variety is putting out. Now, if you don't know much about Variety is basically like the Hollywood industry rag. It's like, if they print something, you basically know that it's true. Like, if you hear movie rumors and you just see it on some random site written by a comic book fan, take that with a mountain of salt. But if something is printed in Variety, it's basically true. But that doesn't mean that their framing can't be manipulated. And somebody else pointed this out on Twitter a couple weeks ago. There were these two stories, one in Variety, that said, if SAG-AFTRA walks, the AMPTP will most surely turn to the WGA with a renewed offer to negotiate, while Deadline was saying, the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers are planning to dig in hard this fall before even entertaining the idea of more talks with the WGA. And he says, both published today, both publications owned by the same company, Penske Media. They're trying to scare and confuse you. Don't fall for it. And then Dan Signer points out, worth noting that Penske Media also owns Dick Clark Productions, which is a member of the AMPTP. That's right, the owner of Variety, Deadline, and The Hollywood Reporter is in the AMPTP. Now, I tried to get independent verification that Dick Clark Productions is in the AMPTP, and I can't find anything. Like, I was looking up an AMPTP roster. But this guy is a TV writer and producer. He's got quite a lot of creds to him, so I think it's probable that it is. Like, Dick Clark Productions does, like, New Year's Rockin' Eve. I think they now own the Golden Globes and everything, so there is no reason to think that they aren't part of the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers. Which means that Penske Media, which owns 3 of the biggest industry rags in Hollywood, also has a financial interest in the AMPTP winning out over SAG-AFTRA. So any news that you get from Variety or Deadline or The Hollywood Reporter, you need to be aware of the framing that's going into it and be aware of their financial interest. Let's take a look over here. Let's see what else they own. Yeah, Penske Media Corporation is an American digital media publishing and information services company based in Los Angeles and New York City. Publishes more than 20 digital and print brands, including Variety, Rolling Stone, Women's Wear Daily, Deadline, Hollywood Billboard, The Hollywood Reporter, Boy Genius Report, Rob Report, Art Forum, Art News, and others. Yeah, so this is a very large company that owns some of the most notable and, like, respected entertainment magazines, like entertainment industry news. That's a big concern for all of these rags to be owned by the same company. The era of independent news seems to be pretty much out the window. That being said, to get back to this story, Dwayne Johnson contributes historic donation to SAG-AFTRA Foundation Relief Fund. I want to bring it back to the Relief Fund itself. I've got here and I'm going to paste this in chat, and I've also got a link in the description. But if you are in a position where you can donate money to the SAG-AFTRA Foundation to help out-of-work actors during the strike, please follow this link, go and donate. The Rock definitely helped a lot of them, but if you are in a situation where you can also help, please donate to this fund. It will go to actors in need during this strike, and it's just one way that we can all practice solidarity with striking workers. And in other news about helping striking workers, let's go on over here. We've got an article from The Intercept. As Hollywood strikes, Senator John Fetterman introduces food stamps bill for workers on picket line. The legislation would repeal a restriction on striking workers receiving SNAP benefits. So, good on you, John Fetterman. As it stands right now, there's apparently... the Food Secure Strikers Act of 2023 would repeal a restriction on striking workers receiving SNAP benefits, protect food stamp eligibility for public sector workers fired for striking, and clarify that any income-eligible households can receive SNAP benefits even if a member of that household is on strike. So this is something that I didn't even know about at this point. Also, while I am reading this, hello, chat, hello, Lucky Otter, and hello, JFran. But yeah, so I didn't realize this, but that if you are a striking worker, you get taken off food stamps. That is inhuman. And good on John Fetterman for introducing this bill to try and counteract that. Now with a split legislature, I have no idea if it'll get through the House. I'm sure it could pass the Senate, but getting through the House, we'll see. But yeah, and this is definitely another way that we can make sure that the actors are being supported during the strike. So if you happen to have a senator who you're not sure where they're going to land on this bill, I would recommend you write them and let them know to support it. And with that, I think I've got to find... I think that's about it for my weekly update on the Hollywood strikes. So with that out of the way, let's go ahead and get into the reviews for the week. Now, the first movie that I saw this week was Oppenheimer. Of course. It's Barbenheimer week. I had to watch those two movies. I watched Oppenheimer first, I watched Barbie second, and I am going to talk about Barbie actually after I've gotten through all of my other reviews, because I've got a video lined up because Ben Shapiro himself has has weighed in, and I kind of want to see his reaction. But all of that ahead, let's talk about Oppenheimer itself. Now, I was not expecting this movie to go the way that it did. Based on all of the advertisement, I assumed it was going to be far more just on the actual building of the bomb, but there's really nothing in the movie that goes into like the science of it. There's, little bits and pieces here and there where people are like talking in like broad strokes as they're writing on chalkboards and stuff like that. But most of the movie is actually about the politics around it. And surprisingly, it's mostly about McCarthyism. And I didn't know this before going into the movie. So, I guess, quote unquote, spoilers for real life. But Oppenheimer actually had associations with the Communist Party. And this resulted in him eventually losing his security clearance, like a decade after the Manhattan Project was a success. And so this movie, it's done in a non-linear fashion, and it kind of uses a couple key events as framing devices that it keeps going back to. One of those is him it's basically like a kangaroo court set up when he's trying to apply for his security clearance to be renewed. And the other one is a Senate confirmation hearing for a guy named Strauss, who was the chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission, who has a personal vendetta against Oppenheimer. And so between those two things, those are kind of the through lines of the movie as we go back and flash into various parts of Oppenheimer's life. But I was actually genuinely surprised at how sympathetic Christopher Nolan in particular was to communists in America. Because if you look at like the Dark Knight trilogy, if you look at a lot of Christopher Nolan's work, he generally tends to have a conservative bent. I mean, like, if you look at the Dark Knight is basically Batman enacting the Patriot Act on Gotham in order to stop terrorism. In The Dark Knight Rises, they basically paint Occupy Wall Street as like the minions of Bane, the villain. And so for Christopher Nolan to take on a movie about a guy who had left-wing ideals and who had attended Communist Party meetings, although he never was a member of the Communist Party himself, I was actually genuinely surprised to find out that it's very sympathetic to the communists. Now, I wouldn't say it is sympathetic in like the ideals of the communists. I'd say it's mostly agnostic about that, but it's definitely a strong indictment of McCarthyism. But there was a scene early on when Oppenheimer is at a Communist Party meeting where he's, talking about, he's like, oh, I'm not a communist, but I like to cultivate a lot of interests here and there. And, and then somebody's just like, oh, well, you might be a communist if you'd read more into it. And he's like, well, I've read all 3 volumes of Das Kapital, so I don't know where that ranks me here. And somebody laughs like, you're better read on it than most party members, which just makes me think of like Twitter tankies who just say, read theory when they've never read theory in their life. And it's funny to see that kind of notion has been around for a while. One thing that I've noticed in this movie, there's a lot of famous physicists in this movie who only show up for like a scene or two, but they like try and get like notable actors to play them. Like they've got what's his name? I have to look him up. Sorry. Kenneth Branagh is in this movie as Niels Bohr, and I think he's only got like 2 or 3 scenes. Jack Quaid is in this movie in a very minor cameo as Richard Feynman. Einstein is in the movie. I don't know the actor that they got to play Einstein. Einstein probably has more of a significant role than like Niels Bohr or Richard Feynman does. His scenes tend to be played with a little more weight just because, everyone knows Einstein. He's, the most famous scientist of the 20th century. But for a lot of them, it's like they get like a white guy that's like, oh yeah, I've seen him in things, and get him to play one of the scientists. But there was one actor who has long been known as a chameleon, like Gary Oldman. For years, I would be like, I love Gary Oldman. I love him in everything I've seen him in, but I don't know what he looks like. Like, basically, every time I've seen a Gary Oldman movie from, like, the 90s, I had to find out in the end credits that it was Gary Oldman. And, like, there was a period where everything that he was doing, like, in the late 2000s to 2010s, I had gotten to the point where I'm like, okay, I recognize Gary Oldman. But he plays Truman in this movie, and he's back to being a chameleon. I didn't know until I got to the end credits. I did write down, I love how they're playing Truman as a complete buffoon. But yeah, he basically, Oppenheimer goes to meet Truman after the bombs have dropped and everything, and Truman wants to thank him, and Truman's being all very jingoistic and hoorah, like, ooh, we blew up the Japanese. And Oppenheimer is just like, I feel like I have blood on my hands. And Truman, like, basically immediately kicks him out and is like, no, don't send this crybaby back in here again. But as far as, like, the women in this movie, though, there aren't many. Now, I know, obviously, just a big part of that is, women have long had a problem getting recognized in academia. But even so, the women in this movie that Oppenheimer associates with, it's mostly just his wife and a woman he's having an affair with. And they are, even though his wife is a former member of the Communist Party, that's really not super relevant to her inclusion in the story itself. She mostly just plays, like, the troubled alcoholic wife of the main character, and the woman he was having an affair with just plays the troubled woman he was having an affair with. They're all just framed in terms of the relationship to Oppenheimer, and it is Oppenheimer's movie, but not every character in this movie is framed through the relationship to Oppenheimer. And so to have only a couple of women in this movie, and both of them being related primarily in how they have a sexual relationship or a romantic relationship with Oppenheimer, kind of feels like there should have been more to do. I don't know. For a biopic, there are certain historical realities that you've got to deal with in terms of that. But, like, history has always, ignored the contributions of women, and I kind of feel like this movie, inadvertently or advertently, I don't know, it feels like they could have done more with it. Lucky Otter says it does purposefully show multiple instances of sexism at Los Alamos. Yeah, there's bits of that. I feel like the women in the movie weren't treated with enough screen time or enough to do in the story. In terms of the Trinity test, which is what all of the marketing was building up to, they were saying, oh, you've got to see this in IMAX. Oh, the nuke going off, it's gonna, blow everyone away. And no, sorry. I watched it. Now, it is impressive that, to my understanding, the nuke going off was a practical effect. So they did so they did have to basically set off a giant firebomb in the movie, but because of that, it doesn't look like a nuke going off. It looks like a giant fireball. A very giant fireball that they had to set off, like, in film from, like, miles away, but still, there had to be a lot of, like, really close-up shots on the fireball in slow motion to really try and sell the enormity of it. But I was in an IMAX theater, and, like, I didn't even feel like the studio was properly, like, shaking, I'm sorry, but I felt underwhelmed by the nuclear blast. Now, we don't see the nukes going off in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those are because, Oppenheimer wasn't there for those. But he was there for the Trinity test. But another thing that people were concerned about going to the movie was whether this movie was going to try to justify the bombings on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And it doesn't. Characters in the movie obviously do. Truman's in the movie for, like, one scene. And, a lot of characters are, like, obviously, like, advocating for it. But while they never have Oppenheimer explicitly say that he regrets the bombings in Japan, or he thinks they shouldn't have happened. The movie does portray a big weight on his shoulders for having participated in that. This gave me a bad impression of Truman. Yes, yeah, no. This movie makes no bones about how it thinks Truman was an idiot and an asshole, which is true. So I'm happy that they did that. Overall, I think it's a really great movie. I don't necessarily think that you need to see it in an IMAX screen. You're really probably going to want to go focus more on a theater that has like a really good sound system, rather than having, you know, the tall screen, because I don't really feel like this movie made use of the IMAX large format for most of it, because again, it is a biopic. There's a lot of scenes of just people standing around and talking in rooms and stuff like that. There's not a lot of, you know, big shots. I mean, you know, there's some in the desert in New Mexico, but again, I don't think this movie was fully justified in being shot in IMAX in that way. And especially when they're saying that, like, there's only a limited number of IMAX screens in the country that can actually properly show it in IMAX, because obviously I went to, you know, a fake IMAX screen. I didn't go to one of the official ones. I just went to an AMC one. And so maybe part of my experience is just that, but also, like, I live in Seattle, and we've got the Boeing IMAX theater at the Seattle Center, and that wasn't even one of the IMAX screens that are supposed to be one of the only ways that you can see the actual proper IMAX experience for Oppenheimer, according to Christopher Nolan. That surprised me, because the Boeing IMAX is like one of the big, like, the official IMAX theaters. Like, it's a proper IMAX screen. I think that thing is like, I think it's like a 4 or 5 story screen. And if that's not even good enough for it, I don't know. I know Christopher Nolan loves his IMAX. I know he's actually filming on IMAX cameras. They're not just, you know, upscaling certain scenes as like an advertising gimmick, but I don't know that this movie needed to be shot in IMAX. That being said, fantastic movie. Great soundtrack. I haven't talked about the soundtrack, but a lot of the stuff in the movie, I think the soundtrack does a lot of the heavy lifting, because it is a lot of scenes of talking, a lot of scenes of just people talking about science or politics or whatnot. And so the way that things are like non-linearly intercut with like this really driving soundtrack in the background, a lot of that is I would say the soundtrack really helps sell a lot of that. And Piftle Cakes, hey, welcome to stream, says, you should try to make it down to Portland for the OMC Omnimax experience sometime. I have actually been to that theater once. I watched some documentary there probably like, I don't know, like 20, 25 years ago when I was a kid. But yeah, I have been to that screen. I would say this is a fantastic movie. I don't think it's Nolan's best, but I think it's a really good one. And as far as biopics go, it's definitely one of the better ones that I have seen. Most other biopics are going to be doing kind of like just a very linear tale of somebody's life, just trying to hit all the facts. But this one tries to get more into the emotion of Oppenheimer himself. And with that, let's move on to Secret Invasion. Okay, this show is finally done. I cannot be happier that this show is finally done, because I was bored out of my mind this entire time. I was really only reviewing this show because it's another thing in the MCU, and I try to cover all the MCU stuff. But honestly, it's not good. Like, This final episode is not even like a proper like hour-length episode. It's like 30 minutes. And it's basically just, you know, it's the last episode, so we have to have the big super fight, and it's a big super fight between Gravik and Gaia. And they both have all of the superpowers, and they express that by having their arms get really big and punch each other a lot. And it looks really bad. It's really boring. And then there's not much else to it. For a show called Secret Invasion that's about 1 million Skrulls on Earth that could be anybody or anyone at any time, there was like a significant lack of paranoia through the movie or through the show. And it felt like it was just, they had the title, they had Sam Jackson, they like paid some writers like, you know, a day rate. Like, I don't even know if they had a writing room on this, because as I've been looking into it, like a lot of shows these days are not even doing writer rooms. They're like hiring out writers for day rates to do like X number of pages on something, you know? And it kind of feels like one of those things. It seems for a show that's about an alien invasion trying to get the world to nuke itself so that only the Skrulls can survive on the planet, it felt very low stakes. And I don't know. I don't know who this show was for. Like, I've been an MCU fan for a long time, and it certainly wasn't there for me. I like Sam Jackson, and I felt like he basically had nothing to do. It felt like he was kind of phoning it in. I didn't really care much for the villain. I guess the villain kind of had a somewhat decent motivation, and like at the beginning of the series, it felt like he had legitimate grievances, but of course, it's a Marvel show, so any time a villain has legitimate grievances, they have to go so far over the top that you're just like, you know, it just erases whatever good points that they had. And they even like kind of forget that he had points by the end of the series, because he's just so like egotistical that like he kills anybody who disagrees with him. And so it's just like, how did you get to a position of leadership to begin with if you are like completely ignoring the wishes of the people that are, you know, working for you? It's not like they signed up because they're just here for a job. Like, they joined because ostensibly they believed in the cause, and if they don't like the way that you're going about the cause, that should be something to, you know, reflect on. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just honestly, I am just glad Secret Invasion is over. It wasn't a good show. There was a potential for it to be a good show, but yeah. One thing that did surprise me about it, though, I thought they were going to have your liberal, oh yeah, everything works out at the end, and we've given the Skrulls a plot of land so that they all can live in harmony on Earth and everything's fine. No, that doesn't happen. Actually, the president, once he, you know, discovers that the Skrulls have been doing this invasion and have like infiltrated world governments, you know, once he sees that the fake roadie is indeed a fake roadie, he declares that all aliens on Earth are now enemy combatants and should be shot on sight. And Nick Fury obviously, you know, yells at him for that one. But so it sounds like they might have like a continuing story with the Skrull invasion of Earth. But I don't know if they've announced anything yet that would continue that story, or if we'll get little bits and pieces of it through other works in the future with the MCU. But something tells me nobody else has bothered to care about it at all. Like at the end of the show, it ends with Nick like beaming back up to his space station so that he can be there when the Marvels comes out. And his wife comes with him, and something tells me we're not even going to see her in the Marvels. Like, the Marvels isn't going to acknowledge that she even exists. I don't think we're ever going to hear about Nick Fury's alien wife ever again. I think that's it. Yeah, I don't know. It's not a good show. It's not worth watching, and it probably is not going to have any kind of lasting impact on the MCU. So you can give this one a hard pass. And with that out of the way, let's get into Star Trek Strange New Worlds. Folks, we had 2 episodes drop this week because San Diego Comic-Con was last weekend. And at the Star Trek panel, they premiered early a crossover episode with Lower Decks. And then as soon as it had premiered at SDCC, they just went ahead and dropped it on Paramount Plus. So everyone got to see it on Sunday. And I had assumed, actually, initially that, that was going to be it, that they had just released this week's episode early. But no, I wake up today and I found out there is, in fact, another episode of Star Trek today. So we have a double feature to talk about. So let's go ahead and get into the first episode. Those Old Scientists, which, if you'll notice, the abbreviation of that title is TOS. Those Old Scientists refers to a joke that had been made in Lower Decks where one of the characters just refers to it as the TOS era. Oh yeah, TOS stands for Those Old Scientists, because they were always out doing exploration and fun science things. Obviously, just as a joke to try and explain what TOS means. But this is a really fun episode. It's a pretty lighthearted episode. I expected going into it that it was going to be like Boimler and Mariner there's some transporter malfunction and they just materialize on the Enterprise pad instead of the Cerritos pad. But it actually involves some like time portal thing that they find on a planet. Obviously here you can see Boimler and Mariner and Pike right behind them. But yeah, it's just a situation where Boimler accidentally gets sucked into a time portal. And then, like, Mariner comes in a bit later because she's, trying to rescue him, even though when she comes through, he was just trying to get back. But, it's a situation where they have to deal with a couple of fanboying officers who have to be constantly reminded not to give away future knowledge, and they're really bad at it. But, like, it's basically kind of what you would expect. There's not a lot of stakes to it. Even the fact that they're telling people things about the future that they shouldn't, like they tell number one that she's going to be the poster woman for Starfleet recruitment in the future, and they even like sort of try and hint to Pike that like he should spend more time with his crew because you never know how much time you've got left, and Pike's like, I know what you're hinting at and I already know. But it was because it's a Lower Decks crossover, I didn't expect there would be any actual serious ramifications for the time travel. I figured it would just be a fun, goofy episode, and it is. And it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to see these two in live action. Now the episode does start animated on the Cerritos, and we get everyone from the main cast of Lower Decks. We get all 4 of them, but Tendi and Rutherford stay behind while Mariner and Boimler go live action. I wonder if it was just like a budget thing. They didn't want to pay for all 4 of them to come on, or if they were concerned that the actors who voice Rutherford and Tendi didn't look as much like their live action components. I don't really know much about the actress who voices Tendi. I don't know how much she looks like the cartoon version of her, but the guy who plays Rutherford, I think he looks enough like it. It would have been fine. But yeah, Lucky Otter says they're both red shirts. Yes, indeed they are. However, they are red shirts from the 24th century, and in the 24th century, red is the command division now. So technically the red shirts in the TNG era and beyond the quote unquote red shirts, like the people who would just be the security officers who get killed on the away mission, those guys wear gold in the 24th century. Let me pull up some notes because I have been talking without my notes looking up. So, yeah. So, one thing that I actually, yeah. So, like I said, the beginning of the episode is all animated, and then they go back to the future, and they're back to being animated and stuff. But we do get a final scene where the Strange New Worlds cast is animated in the Lower Decks style, and it's played off like they're all drinking like an Orion beverage that's basically absinthe, and so it's causing them to hallucinate themselves as cartoons. But one issue that I took with that is that they were animated in the Lower Decks style. I would have much preferred it if they had been animated in the animated series style, the one from the 70s. Actually, let me pull that up. You know, like this, because it was actually a gag in an episode of Lower Decks where they pulled up like the file on either Spock or Kirk or something like that, and the files had them in this animation style. And I think it would have been funnier. I think it would have been a lot funnier if, since this is the same era, if they had just animated the Strange New Worlds crew like this for the last shot. But it's a minor thing. I can understand they wanted to keep the same style. I mean, obviously they were just hiring the Lower Decks animators to do this one additional shot. So keeping it in the same style, it makes sense. I think doing it like this would have been way funnier, though. But yeah, since we've got 2 episodes this week, this one was a fun, lighthearted romp. Obviously, you want to check it out. You don't need to have seen Lower Decks to enjoy it, although I'm actually working on like a video essay about Lower Decks and about how Lower Decks is kind of the most inaccessible of the Star Trek shows, because a lot of the jokes that it makes are heavily reliant on like knowing inside baseball. Like, I basically describe Lower Decks as a show that's written specifically for me. And, so, you don't need to have seen Lower Decks. You get the vibe of who these characters are if you're just watching Strange New Worlds, and it's a fun episode. And it might inspire you to go and watch Lower Decks, and I'll never tell people not to watch Star Trek. But with Lower Decks, I do have to give the caveat that unless you are deep into Star Trek lore, you're going to be missing a lot of jokes, because they make a lot of jokes about, a lot of the jokes will be like references to obscure episodes of Star Trek, because basically all of the ensigns in Lower Decks are like huge Trek nerds. You know, they, obviously like Boimler is, a huge fan of Spock, and Mariner loves Uhura. And there's even a moment in the episode where they need to get a piece of they need to get a specific element that can't really be found in this century, but old starships in Starfleet used to be made with it, and they realize that starship construction, they usually start with a piece of the previous ship to hold the name. And so they realize we've got a piece of that element because we've got a piece of the NX-01 that was built into the ship. So they go and get that element to power the time portal. And while they're doing that, because it's the NX-01 Enterprise, the Archer's Enterprise, from Star Trek Enterprise, you've got some of the crew members who just start like geeking out over that cast, that crew of the original Enterprise, and they even comments like, "Hey, do we kind of sound like Mariner and Boimler?" So that was a cute thing. Anyway, yeah, those old scientists, great episode, very cute. But we got 2 episodes, and this one was a lighthearted romp, but the next one is Under the Cloak of War, and this is not a lighthearted romp. This is actually a big old story about, war crimes and PTSD, and the horrors of war. It's about a Klingon diplomat who comes aboard the Enterprise. He has defected from the Klingon Empire and works for the Federation now. But before he had defected from the Empire, he was a general during the Federation Klingon War. And there are several veterans aboard the Enterprise who basically served in the same theater of war as this guy. Hang on, I've got... pull up my notes again. So there should be a photo for him somewhere, I bet. Yeah, here we go. So this is the Klingon diplomat, former general. His name is Doc Ra, but he just goes by Ra because he tries to be a little more like casual about, being a Klingon. He kind of downplays a lot of Klingon culture while he's there and talks about how Klingons are all just, barbarians and stuff. And, he had to defect because of the horrors of what they were doing. But Dr. M'Benga and Christine Chapel, they served in the same theater as him. And they consider that there was a specific term for him. It was like the butcher of... I don't even remember the name of the planet that they were at. Lucky Otter says, wait, I thought the Klingon Empire ended with Next Generation. No, actually, the Klingon Empire is still alive and well by the time of the Next Generation, but they are allied with the Federation at that point. But this is set like 10 years before the original series. So, and it's also a spin-off of Star Trek Discovery, and Star Trek Discovery actually covered the war between the Federation and the Klingons. Anyway, back to this. So, M'Benga and Chapel remember this guy as like a butcher who had like issued an order to kill anybody who wasn't a Klingon soldier. Like, he was killing his own people. He was killing children. And he says that those orders didn't come from him and that he actually killed like all of the other like ranking officers to get away to try and stop that bloodshed. And that's why he defected, and so now he's working with the Federation, and he's accomplished quite a lot of diplomatic achievements. And he's aboard the Enterprise because they're taking him to a conference. But a lot of the episode is just flashing back to M'Benga and Chapel when they were, serving like basically in a medic tent on the front lines of the war with this guy. And we find out that his whole story is actually bull, that he in fact did give all those orders, and it wasn't him who killed his officers. It was actually M'Benga, who has something called Protocol 12, which we saw earlier in the season, in the first episode of the season. It's basically just like a cocktail of adrenaline and painkillers that allows humans to basically fight toe-to-toe with Klingons. And so M'Benga, after losing several patients that had like gone on like a Black Ops assassination attempt, he decides to go and finish their mission, and he takes out the other guys. And this guy took advantage of that opportunity to get away and try and rehabilitate his image. And so the episode is... there was actually a similar episode in Star Trek Voyager where Neelix basically meets his version of J. Robert Oppenheimer. Neelix's home moon was destroyed by a Metreon cascade, and the guy who designed it comes aboard Voyager because he's like looking for absolution, I think. Anyway, this is a very similar episode. Somebody meets somebody who did horrible things in their past, and it's a question of forgiveness and stuff. And obviously, like, Pike knows that Pike didn't serve in the war. Like, the Enterprise was off elsewhere doing exploration while the war was happening, and that was a deliberate choice because they didn't want the best of Starfleet to be tainted by the war. So Pike doesn't really understand, what it means to have fought in that war, even though several of his officers do. And, he tells his officers, like, look, we're here to extend this guy every diplomatic courtesy. So, if you have issues with him, either keep them to yourself or try to get over them. And that's kind of like papering over what it is that he actually did. And M'Benga, it talks about, he's like, look, I know that you have this like enlightened ideal of forgiveness, but at what point does that come at the cost of justice? So I think I don't want to. I've already talked about some reveals of this episode, but I really think this is one that you should just watch to experience it. It's a pretty dark episode, but it's a really good one, and it really gives some deeper insight into M'Benga and what he has gone through. Now, another criticism that I've got of this episode is that another war veteran of the Klingon War is Erica Ortegas, and while she does have some choice words about the Klingon diplomat, I was like hoping that this was going to be one of her episodes. But yet again, we do not get an actual Ortegas episode. The closest thing that we got was earlier in the season when she has to remember, like, when everybody's lost their memories, but she, like, through force of will, remembers that she flies the ship. And, it feels like we're just not getting a full Ortegas episode this season either, and we didn't get one in the first season. So, with only 2 episodes left, unless she gets the finale episode as like her episode, I don't see that happening. Especially because next week, I definitely know it's not an Ortegas episode. They announced that next week we are getting a musical episode. Star Trek has been around since the 60s, and this is the first time we are getting a full musical episode. And for some people, they might say, well, how is Star Trek going to do a musical episode? And I just say, Star Trek has done all sorts of wacky stuff through the years. I think it's totally fine if some... Like, there was an episode of Deep Space Nine where a spatial anomaly caused Rumpelstiltskin to come into being. I think it's totally fine if we had some, like how DC had the Music Meister show up so that everyone was singing. Something like that. I don't care how they do it. They'll come up with some scientific stuff, some, quote-unquote scientific explanation for why some spatial anomaly has caused everyone to burst into song. Maybe it's like Scrubs, where it's a hallucination thing. But I look forward to that. And then hopefully the season finale will focus on Ortegas. But until then, I'm just going to continue harping that we want more Ortegas. And now I think we are coming to the moment that everyone has been waiting for. I saw Barbie this week, and it is a really fun movie. I'm going to go over some initial thoughts on it, but the real meat of this review is actually going to be me reacting to somebody else's review of it. If you have been on the internet for the last couple days, you have probably heard that a certain Ben Shapiro has reviewed the movie for about 43 minutes, and so we're definitely gonna get into that. But anyway, here, let me pull up my notes for Barbie myself so that I can get into that. So you've probably heard that this movie talks a lot about patriarchy, and that it is an explicitly feminist movie, and that's true. But I think it, and like, I was actually just watching like a little earlier, Ryan George did one of his pitch meeting episodes for Barbie, and he basically was like, he made the joke that they like literally hit you over the head with the message of patriarchy bad. But I think it was a little bit, I mean, it is very explicit, but I think it actually handled it quite interestingly, because even though, like, when Barbie crosses over into the real world and meets the boardroom of Mattel and it's all men, where in Barbie Land women are running everything, and she thought that she was there to like inspire women in the real world, and it turns out that men still run everything. You know, that's a little disillusioning for her. But even though a lot of men are actively and willingly participants in the patriarchy in the movie, it's never portrayed as like any one person is like the leader of patriarchy. A big plot of the movie is that Ken, when he goes into the real world, he discovers that men aren't just Ken, that they basically run everything, and he's like, oh wow, I heard about this thing called patriarchy, that sounds really cool. So he goes back to Barbie Land and just teaches it to all the other guys. And yeah, so even with that, where basically Ken enacts patriarchy in Barbie Land because Barbie doesn't love him the way he loves her, even then it's not really portrayed as like Ken is like the singular villain who is enacting patriarchy. He himself is shown as like a victim of some of the harms that patriarchy imposes, and he's also really just seen as like another cog in the machine that upholds patriarchy. Even the Mattel CEO, who's played by Will Ferrell, he's, you know, like at some point he's just like, you know, I don't know, sometimes I just kind of, I don't want to be like a big serious businessman. Sometimes I just kind of want to tickle people. And another thing about the way that Ken understands patriarchy is that because like the symbol like of a man riding a horse is seen as like, you know, that kind of rugged masculinity, he kind of had the idea that patriarchy is where men and horses run everything. And he's like, you know, actually when I found out that patriarchy wasn't so much about the horses, I kind of lost interest in it. And so I was watching all of that going, I have to watch Vosh's review, but I knew that Vosh was watching the Ben Shapiro thing today too, and I didn't want to get spoiled on that, so I'm gonna have to go and see what Vosh has to say about all the horse stuff in the movie. But there is there's a lot of good humor. The movie's very self-aware. It's kind of fourth wall-y. There's a moment where the main Barbie, like, you know, obviously like most of the girls in Barbie Land are named Barbie, but the main Barbie, the stereotypical Barbie as they call her, played by Margot Robbie, she's kind of like having a breakdown moment where she's like, I don't even feel pretty anymore, and it's like Helen Mirren is the narrator of the movie, and she's like, note to the filmmakers, if you're trying to make this point, casting Margot Robbie severely undermines it. But it's I think it's a really funny movie. Like, they don't try and, like they say at some point when like they're talking about how to travel between Barbie world and the real world, they're just like, don't overthink it. Like, I think you have to like wear rollerblades in like not Malibu, but like was it Century City? It might have been Malibu, or some place in SoCal, some beach town where you just have to like rollerblade your way from the strip to Barbie Land. And yeah, it's very silly. And even the real world is not, it's not the real world. It's a very cartoonish depiction of the real world. Obviously, because like, and apparently Mattel doesn't even think too much about it when Barbie has broken out. They're just like, oh, well, it's happened before. All right, well, we've got a procedure for this. Lucky Otter says the humor dropped way off halfway through. I mean, I think once they get back to Barbie Land and the Kens have taken over, I think the humor goes in a different direction. uh, I are you saying that you found that it wasn't funny after that, or that like you didn't think that the humor that they had in the second half was that funny? Like, which are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that they weren't trying to be funny in the second half, or you just didn't find it funny? Anyway, I think it's a pretty good movie. I think some of the ways that it portrays feminism is pretty liberal. Because like once the Barbies have like inoculated everyone to against patriarchy, and they go back and take over Barbie Land, the Kens are just like, okay, but can like we have still some power? Because a lot of it was built on like, you know, the fragile masculinity, how the Kens feel superfluous, because, you know, in the Barbie line of toys, Ken is basically an accessory. And even then, they're just like, well, we can't put you on the Supreme Court, but we might give you like a lower court appointment or something to start with, and maybe one day you'll have about as much power as us women have in the real world. And I feel like there probably could have been a better addressing of that. Because a lot of the movie really is about like how masculine fragility plays a big role in maintaining the patriarchy. And I felt like there could have been something in the movie to talk about how like it kind of is on everyone, not only to make sure that women are empowered, but also that men don't feel superfluous. Because I think that's important. Like, I feel like you can go too far into the women have been oppressed for so long that we need to focus only on them. But there's a pretty severe issue with men feeling unloved and unwanted, and that can push them into pretty extremist modes of thinking. And I feel like this movie kind of like was brushing against that, but really didn't really have any strong answers for what to do about it, and just kind of reverted to the original Barbie status quo at the end. Lucky Otter says the Kens do start out as an underclass in Barbie Land. Yeah, they absolutely do. And also like Barbie even admits at the end that she, you know, had been deliberately neglecting Ken. That, you know, even though she doesn't really love him, they were boyfriend and girlfriend, and she had been like completely taking him for granted in all of that. And obviously her, you know, response then is to break up with him, which is fine. And I hope that Ken can find a meaning for his life outside of just Barbie. Maybe he can really dig into being Beach Ken and find more meaning on beach. But with that out of the way, I am really curious to see what our good friend Ben Shapiro has to say about it. So, let me get off the background music here and turn on the desktop audio. And I'm gonna play a couple seconds here because I haven't really checked the levels yet, so I don't know how it's gonna play against my voice. So let's see.
The theaters seeing Barbie and Oppenheimer. I'm about to review both of them. I'm going to tell you which one of these is the best blockbuster of 2023 and which one is.
Okay, so is he significantly louder than me? It looks like he's a little louder. How does it actually? Let me bump him down just a little bit and let's get into this.
Maybe the worst.
I bet he loved our movie, right, Ken?
For those of you who can't wait that long, I'm going to give my review of the Barbie movie in the most Oppenheimer fashion.
What?
Right.
What is this editing? Like, I don't watch Ben Shapiro, but like, I don't know. Spoiler, he only talks about Barbie. Yeah, I assume, because it says Ben Shapiro destroys the Barbie movie for 43 minutes. I assume he's not really talking about Oppenheimer, because that's not what we're here for. Let's see. Let's keep going. Oh no, he's burning Okay, somebody should tell Ben Shapiro that burning plastic is actually really, really bad. Like, I hope he was wearing a mask while he did that. Those are severely toxic fumes, and you really shouldn't be doing that.
So the things I do for my audience, my producers dragged me to go see Barbie the movie. And I have thoughts. This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Let me begin with my generalized assessment of the movie. This movie is not just a piece of shit. This movie is a flaming piece of dog shit piled atop an entire dumpster on fire, piled atop a landfill filled with dog shit. It is
Why don't you tell us how you really feel, Ben?
one of the worst movies I've ever seen. On every possible level, it is a horrific movie. The only thing that can be said for this film is production design. The production design is really nice. The costumes are really nice. Also, it's really hard to screw that up. It's really hard to.
Well, I don't think it's really hard to screw that up. I think you could have made the movie look pretty bad. I think they did a lot of work into making this movie look great. That's one thing I didn't really talk about enough, is how good Barbie World looks, because like it looked, obviously everything is based on a toy, and like when they go to the beach, the sand is plastic. It's not actual sand that like sinks under their feet as they walk. It's just like a rigid thing, but it still looks good on camera. It doesn't look like you're zoomed in on a small piece of plastic or anything like that. Everything felt like it was like a like just it didn't look like they just took like the toys and scaled them up so that they looked cheap, but they still didn't look real. They still looked like, you know, the heightened they looked like a heightened reality version of the toys. And I thought all of that looked really great. But anyway, back to Ben.
Screw that up because you literally have this to model after. All you have to do is this, but big. Okay, it's really not.
You're just wrong there, Ben. Like I said, it's not just enough about. It's not just about taking the individual pieces and like building it up. Like they could have gone the route of making everything look like this, but like human sized. And if you had just taken this and blown it up to human size, you would have noticeable, like you would see like some of the you know, like imperfections in plastic when you look at it up that close, and that's not what they did with it. So yeah.
But put aside all of the beautiful costumes, which is there for the ladies, and all of the production design and the Barbie universe and all of that. Every joke that happens in this film happens basically within the first 45 seconds of the film. So, for example, Barbie turns on the water and there's no water. Ooh, because, you know, like in Barbie house, there's no actual water. Do you get it? And then she drinks, but there's no actual liquid in the actual.
Yeah, are you mad that like they're maintain, like, yes, that is something that gets carried through, but it's a maintaining of, like, you know, the doll logic. Like that's one thing where you see Barbie descending from the top floor of her house, because the Barbie dream house doesn't have a staircase built into it, because when you're playing with dolls, you don't have them walk downstairs, you just move them from floor to floor. And like the narrator even explains that explicitly, like when you're playing with dolls, you don't do that. So Barbie just descends from the top to the bottom. And like obviously when you're playing with dolls and you have them with a cup, the cup's empty, they're not actually sipping water. And so that's something that the movie points out. But it's it's not just for jokes, right? It's to establish like the tone and the feel of the Barbie universe, right? It's not just a joke.
Cup. Oh my God, because she's a Barbie doll. Oh, I get it. Okay, that's all the jokes. There are no more jokes for the rest of the film. The movie's a show. Okay.
There's no more. There is a hilarious joke when Barbie first crosses over into the real world, in which she gets catcalled by a bunch of construction workers, and she goes, "Oh, okay, I'm picking up on some double entendres here, but I just gotta let you know, I don't have a vagina, and he doesn't have a penis." Like, there's another joke right there. And like, that's, I thought, a pretty funny one for a Barbie movie, to just talk openly about genitals.
So, conceptually, the movie is a show. I want to ask this. Who's the intended audience for this film? Who's the intended audience for this film? So I'll tell you who the intended audience for this film is. And I can tell two ways. One, the previews on the film, and two, the people in the audience. So the intended audience for this film is moms and their 8-year-old daughters. That's the intended audience for the film. I know because the previews for the film were all kids' movies.
No, I mean maybe in your theater. I no, I didn't get kids movie previews for my screening. I don't know where are you going to see movies, Ben?
Talking like G or PG rated kids films. We're talking like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or Trolls 4 or whatever it is. Those were
Okay, that's fair. I did see the trailers for both of those movies, but there were also trailers for like more adult films as well.
all the previews, right? All the previews are actually directed at what the audience is supposed to be for this film. And if you look in the audience, it's a bunch of moms, like youngish moms, middle-aged moms with their like 6, 7, 8-year-old girls. That's the entire crew. This movie is not made for any of those people. In fact, this movie is made for no one. This movie is going to make a bunch of money week one because the marketing effort has been extraordinary. I mean, whoever's the marketing team over at Warner Brothers is doing an amazing job. Week one, this thing is going to clean up at going to 3.
Okay, well let's find out. I'm glad that he made a prediction on this one because that's definitely something that we can see is going to happen, or see how it plays out. Now, obviously, there's always going to be a second week drop. Like that's how movies go these days. But I think Barbie's going to have some staying power. And the reason that I know that it's going to have staying power is that I haven't seen anybody bitching about this movie other than the usual chuds. You know, like everybody else that I've seen has loved this movie. Jessica Metal says, they say that the older, more hateful, and more vitriolic that Ben gets, the bigger his eyebrows become. Soon he will be just one giant eyebrow. Those really do look like just a couple of caterpillars sitting on his face, don't they? Also, hi, Jessica Metal.
Repeat business on this movie is going to be non-existent because it was written by two people who are so smug and self-satisfied, in Greta Gerwig and Noah Baumbach, that they have no audience. I mean, like...
Dude, Greta Gerwig is like one of the most like respected female directors in Hollywood right now. Now, I haven't seen a lot of her other work, but everything that she's directed, I have heard like nothing but high praise for. Like I heard that her adaptation of Little Women was like phenomenal. And like Ben, for you to be saying that other people are so smug and like up their own ass, like dude, that is your entire persona. Lucky Outer says we're just entering week 2. Yeah, I guess it's Thursday. So we're tomorrow is Friday, so we'll see how week 2 goes for this movie. I think it's probably going to be okay. Now there's more movies coming out that might, bump it down. Again, week 2 always has a lower performance than the first week. I think the only movie that I can think of that had like a better second week than its first week was like in my memory was My Big Fat Greek Wedding. And that movie I think stayed in theaters for like a year just because of word of mouth kept it going for so long. But yeah, no, like it's going to drop off, but I don't think it's going to be that bad of a drop off. I think a lot of people are still going to see this movie.
Who thought it's a great idea? Let's bring on the people who wrote Lady Bird and Marriage Story to make a movie about a plastic doll.
Lady Bird and Marriage Story are both highly acclaimed movies
That is generally played with by 5 to 9-year-old young girls. So the basic idea of the film, they really have no basic idea of the film. They don't know whether they hate Barbie or that we're supposed to kind of like Barbie. It seems they kind of despise Barbie.
Or they want to give a full and nuanced examination of the ways that Barbie sees herself versus the way that she's perceived in the real world. Like, Ben can't handle stories that are more complicated than, big man wants to punch thing and then he punches thing, the end. Paka says, I think Jumanji remake had a better week 2 than week 1, but I need to double check. Yeah, it's entirely possible. Like I said, I'm sure it's happened, but in my memory, the only one that I am personally aware of was My Big Fat Greek Wedding, the first one. And that's just because like I remember when that was in theaters when I was in high school. I'm an exennial, so that's where all of my memories are formed. I can't remember anything that happened after 2005. Where am I?
As a fascist emblem, as we'll get to. The basic sort of premise of the film.
Whoa, hang on.
They kind of despise Barbie as a fascist emblem, as we'll get to. The basic
Barbie's
sort of
fascist,
premise
okay.
of the film, politically speaking, is that men and women are on two sides of the divide and they hate each other. And literally the only way you can have a happy world is if the women ignore the men and the men ignore the women. That seems to be the final outcome of this film. I was trying to...
Yeah, no, that's absolutely not what the movie established. Now, I did think it was a little weird how when they go back and the women like, you know, regain control of Barbie Land, that men are still like not granted an equal seat at the table. That is weird. I don't know what the thought process behind making that decision was, but like Barbie apologizes to Ken for the way that she has treated and neglected Ken. She doesn't want to be with him, and that's fine, but like she acknowledges that she took him for granted and acknowledges that his pain is real and should be validated. That's not the message of the movie.
Break this into problems with plot and problems with character and problems with the politics of the film, but they're all intertwined because the thing is just a mess. It doesn't make any sense. Plot-wise, it makes no sense. Character-wise, it makes no sense. So let's just go through it from the beginning.
Again, this guy is a failed attempted screenwriter. And from what I have heard, his book, like his fiction book, was not very good. So I'm sure this guy is definitely who I should go to for understanding plot structure.
There's gonna be lots of spoilers, but believe you me, I'm about to save you so much time because this movie is 2 hours. It feels like it is longer than the Wagnerian ring cycle. It does not end. Every scene is at least 2 minutes too long. Every single scene, every beat is 2 minutes too long. It is a bad film. Put aside the politics. Like, really, I was sitting there with a bunch of my producers.
Is this going to be what it is for 43 minutes? Is he just going to keep saying, this is a bad film, I hate this film is incoherent, it's a bad film, I hate this film is incoherent? Because it feels like he's looping already, and we're only 4 minutes and 10 seconds in.
I'm a little bit more political than my producers. My producers were watching this, putting the politics aside. It is a bad movie. So why is it getting 91% on Rotten Tomatoes? Because the way that it works for the reviewers is if you have the right politics, and those politics are sufficiently slyly inserted, then it will get a 91% on Rotten Tomatoes, even if the thing is just dreck. And I mean, boy, is this dreck. This is a Death Star-sized piece of dreck. It is like, that's no moon. That's a dreck station. That this movie. Okay, so let's jump into it. I have like pages and pages of notes on this horrific piece of I mean, my goodness. Okay, so let's start right at the beginning. So it's from the beginning, you know what.
I'm actually surprised that Ben is swearing here more than I am, because I thought he was trying to, you know, market himself to the quote unquote Judeo-Christian crowd. I mean, I don't have any problem with saying shit. I'm sure I'm gonna bleep it out for the YouTube VOD or video that I released for this, but like, I don't know. It seems surprising how much he's swearing for, you know, somebody who tries to play up the Judeo-Christian cred.
This movie is going to be, and it's going to be a very cynical take on what Barbie is, which is so weird. I don't know why Mattel would turn over its IP to filmmakers who clearly hate the IP.
They don't hate the IP. This movie clearly loves the IP, but has like a complicated relationship with it. Like, there's a lot of stuff in this movie that like talks about obscure one-off dolls that got canceled or stuff like that. That, you know, these things aren't being brought up to mock Mattel. They're being brought up as like whoever wrote this script like very clearly has a love of the material that they brought to it. They just, you know, have more complicated feelings than thing good or thing bad because they're adults.
It's as though you were going to make Toy Story, except that toys are all evil. They're all bad, and you're supposed to hate them, and you should burn them. Because that's kind of the message of the film, is that the Barbies are bad for the world. Okay, so it begins by trying to uphold the original vision of Barbie. What was the original magical vision of Barbie? We have Helen Mirren here to tell us, in the form of a narrator apparently played by Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who's speaking from heaven. And we get a 2001 A Space Odyssey flashback. Which, again, who's the...
Not a flashback, a pastiche.
Audience for this? Like, the reference points in this film, it references variously Marcel Proust. It references Robert Evans and the cinematography of The Godfather. It references 2001 A Space Odyssey. This is a movie made for moms and their 7-year-old girls.
I am neither a mom nor a 7-year-old girl, and I quite enjoyed all of those references. Thank you very much. So I guess it was made for me.
Well, folks, wasting 2 hours of my precious time, 2 hours I will never get back, 2 hours where on my deathbed I will wish that I had not spent that time doing, makes me viscerally angry. But I'm going to talk to you about something that makes me much happier, and that is our trusted privacy partner,
Ad read, let's skip you.
that back in the day, girls would only play with dolls that looked like babies. And then she says that this could be fun, at least for a while anyway. Ask your mother, because your mother actually hates you and doesn't like being a mom, you see. So if you ask your mom, she wants to play at not being a mom.
Or, you know, like, moms need breaks sometimes, like everyone does. That's how I read that one.
Sometimes. Okay, so the basic premise is Barbie is supposed to be the independent woman who liberates all womanhood, but she fails. And she fails for two reasons. One, she's actually a tool of the patriarchal capitalist system. And two, the real world has rejected the message of Barbie, which is that women should run everything. Okay, so this is all not implicit. This is explicitly said. At the beginning, the monologue, you have Helen Mirren saying, because Barbie can be anything, women can be anything. At least that's what the Barbies think. See, in the real world, women can't be anything. And that's one of the messages of the film. In the real world, men run pretty much everything.
Yeah. Ben, who's your producer? Is it a woman?
Which is weird. Who greenlit this piece of shit? I mean, Greta Gerwig is a lady. She's making a good living off of this. Margot Robbie is playing the lead. In fact, the entire cast, aside from basically Ryan Gosling, is women. So,
No, there were a lot of men in this movie. Ryan Gosling was not the only kid. We had Simu Liu. We had a bunch. We had what's his name? Michael Cera played Alan, who I gather was like a different Barbie line doll that was discontinued. We have lots of men in the real world. We have Will Ferrell as the Mattel CEO. Like, there are a lot of women in this movie. There's also a lot of men. I think you're just upset because, like, it is a movie about Barbie and not about Ken, so women are going to actually take more of the screen time than the men are. And I know that's not the kind of thing that you go for, Ben. I understand that you just really, really like to see. I bet you would have just loved to see more of that shirtless Ryan Gosling. And hey, I'm right there with you, brother. Listen, we can get through it together, okay? I believe in you, and I think it's safe. You can come out.
it seems like women are doing okay. But again, put aside the meta logic of it. I'm going to go through like a lot of beats here. So it starts off with the idea that mommy dolls are bad and insufficient. But then they criticize Mattel for discontinuing a mommy doll named Midge. Right? Midge is the pregnant doll and it was discontinued. They're like, that's bad. Wait, but hold on. You just said that dolls
They didn't say it was bad. They said it was weird.
about motherhood are bad. But then this one, don't look for any sort of logical coherence. There is a Citizens United reference. They say all of the members of the Barbie Supreme Court are women. And then they are speaking out about Citizens United, that corporations are not people. It's literally a Citizens United reference. Who is the audience for this? Who is the 7-year-old girl who's like, yes, I too have a...
This movie wasn't made for 7-year-old girls. Like, I'm just going to say that right out the gate. No, it's not made for 7-year-old girls. This movie's PG-13. There's literally a bleeped F word in this movie. It's not made for 7-year-old girls. Honestly, it's made like one of the reason that one of the reason that Barbie leaves the Barbie world is because she starts to have unusual thoughts. Like, she starts thinking about death, and she starts getting cellulite on her legs, and her feet go flat. And it turns out like when Barbies get weird, it's because they're being played with too roughly in the real world. Like Kate McKinnon plays weird Barbie, and she has like her hair all sticks out in weird places, and she's always doing the splits because presumably her doll's been played with so much that her like hip joints got like locked in splits mode. But so she goes out into the real world to find the girl who's been playing with her so that she can try and get everything set back to normal. But it turns out it wasn't a girl who was it wasn't a little girl who was playing with her. It was actually an adult woman who was playing with the doll that her teenage daughter hasn't played with in like a decade. And then she started having weird thoughts while she was playing with it. And that's what caused Barbie to have like an existential crisis. So this movie is about women who grew up playing with Barbie. Like that's who this is for. If there is a primary audience for it, it's that. The mom character in this movie, that is the kind of person that this movie is for. And Ben, there are millions of them, and they all watch movies.
A very informed perspective on the Citizens United decision. And then they say that logic and feeling at the same time, it doesn't diminish us. It proves that we are more than, right? It's all propagandistic. And then it sets up the dichotomy. The dichotomy is that men and women are in complete and utter contradistinction in terms of their roles. So women only exist if they are completely free of men, and men only exist if they are completely free of women. And the problem for
No, like obviously there was problems in the Barbie world because of that. Like the Kens didn't go and try and overthrow society because things were all working out just fine with them being separate like that. Like there's obvious problems with Barbie world as it existed in the beginning of the movie. And I still think once the women took over again, that they kind of like downplayed the fact that they had been neglecting the Kens so much. And you know, they did say they weren't going to have any of the Kens on the Supreme Court, but they could get like a lower circuit thing. You know, it was very, very much like kind of poking fun at the whole like liberal idea of here's how we can help out, you know, the opposite sex get more power in society by not giving them that much power. Yeah, the movie is fully aware of that. It's not presenting Barbie Land as the movie starts as a good place. It's obviously got its problems because of how superfluous and neglected the Kens feel.
Ken, the problem is set up for Ken, is that Ken is dependent on Barbie, right? Because Ken is kind of secondary. And we also set up...
Did he just see? He just said Ben, then corrected himself and said Ken. Oh, it's okay. Listen, after this movie, don't worry, you got to go home and just grind against the driest Dr. Wife pussy you can find, I'm sure. Don't worry, she's there for you.
At the very beginning, that Barbie doesn't like Ken. She finds Ken annoying. She finds Ken ridiculous, which, again, is sort of against the concept of Ken and Barbie. But the basic idea is that Barbie is an independent woman and Ken is completely superfluous. We then go to the beach, and there's a scene on the beach where the Kens are supposed to be the lifeguards, and the ladies are playing on the beach, and we get a series of gay masturbation jokes. Again, it's an audience for children. They're talking about beaching.
Yeah, no, again, it's not a film for children, dude. I don't know why you keep harping on this. It is not a film for children. Like, I think it's probably okay for... I wouldn't take a 7-year-old to see this movie, first off, but like, you know, like a 12-year-old, yeah, that's fine. But no, it's not. It's PG-13, Ben. It's not a film for children.
Each other off, right? There's a
yeah, I mean,
they're talking about beaching each other off, right? There's a line where Ken says to another one of the Kens, "I'm going to beat you off." Get it? Get it? You get it? Because it's like beat you off, but beach you off, and then they repeat that no less than 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, it was a running gag in a scene. Like that scene is in the trailer for the movie. It's kind of playing up the homoeroticism of Ken's, you know?
In the span of 45 seconds.
If I wasn't severely injured, I would beat you off right now, Ken.
I'll beach off with you any day.
Oh, hey, there it is.
Anyone who wants to beach him off has to beach me off first. I will beach both of you off at the same time.
Beat both of us off?
Nobody's gonna beach anyone off.
Bazinga.
Oh my god, can you not ear rape me? Jesus Christ, Ben. Like, ow, that was actually, like, really bad.
Because it's just such a great gay masturbation joke. You got to go for it. I mean, what else will the 7-year-old girls in the audience think if you don't go for the gay masturbation joke on the beach? Clearly. We get black female President Barbie because this is, of course, the greatest of all possible worlds. So Kamala Harris, the Barbie version, is the president of...
Dude. Not all black women are the same person. Like, President Barbie felt nothing like Kamala Harris. She felt like a Barbie who was president. What the hell? That was actually really racist of you, man. I mean, I don't know why I'm surprised. Of course Ben is a massive racist. The only black person he ever talks to is Candace Owens. That's, yeah.
the United States. And then we get the break, right? Then we get the actual plot point. Plot point number 1. Barbie has irrepressible thoughts of death. So again, at this point, you might be thinking to yourself, wait a second, isn't this a kid's movie? Isn't this supposed to be made for 7-year-old?
No, you think that. You think it's supposed to be a kids movie made for 7-year-olds because you have absolutely no media literacy. You think that because it is a movie based on a toy that is for kids, that it therefore must be a movie for kids. Ben, the movie is PG-13. The trailers alone, having that beach off joke there, should immediately tell you that it's not a movie for kids. And he's just gonna keep repeating that. I'm just gonna have to let it go when he says it again, because like I can't, like, I'm sure he's gonna just keep looping and repeating the same thing over and over again. And I sure don't want to, because we'll be here forever. But like, dude, you're just wrong here.
Old girls? Nope. It's about existential angst over mortality. That's what this film is about. Now, again, interlaced through all of this is just more and more and more politics, right? One of the Barbies is a trans Barbie, and this is treated totally normally, as though this is a female Barbie.
Yes, because she is a female Barbie. It's never even brought attention to that she's trans. Like, she's never called trans in the movie. She's just there as a Barbie. Like, people could go into and out of that movie not even realizing that she's trans. Like, you're just being a weird transphobe over it.
With a voice, again, deeper than my own. So,
Ben, that is not hard to have a voice deeper than your own, okay?
This woman, this female, no, not, sorry. They want to say that this person is a female, even though they clearly have a voice deeper than mine.
Yeah, dude, like, I don't know. Try some voice training. Maybe you could sound a little bit more masculine.
Barbie starts to have these irrepressible thoughts of death. And this comes along with physical symptoms. Like, for example, her feet flatten out. Again, this is one of the few cute jokes in the movie, is that Barbie walks around, and just like a normal Barbie doll, when you take off the shoes, the feet are shaped like the shoe, like the high heel. But now she is turning into like a real world person, and so her feet collapse, right? And so she goes to see Weird Barbie. So Weird Barbie is a Barbie that has been played with too hard and has all the knowledge, not only about Barbie land, but also about the real world. And apparently there's a connection between the people playing with the Barbies and the Barbies. So if the people playing with the Barbies are sad, then the Barbies also get sad. Weird that this has only happened to Barbie, because it turns out that lots of people are sad and have played with Barbies for a very long time. But
they address this, Ben. Like, they talk about how Barbies have left Barbie world before to go out into the real worlds to, like, seek out people playing with them. Like, Mattel even has, like, a protocol for this. Like, when they find out that it's happened, they're like, okay, let's bring out the giant box so that we can get Barbie into the box again. So it's been established that this is the thing that Mattel keeps having to deal with.
that's the plot point. Fine. And again, the concept of like a Barbie that was played with too hard is very funny, because everybody has seen that before. And they somehow blow this. Somehow they make this into
Did he just censor Barbie boobs? There's no nipples on those things. That's totally fine to show on YouTube. Go back.
Again, the concept of like a Barbie that was played with too hard is very funny.
Okay, it's a silly joke. It's fine.
Because everybody has seen that before. And they somehow blow this. Somehow they make this into a not funny thing. So Weird Barbie is ugly, and she has bad makeup.
Whoa. She's not ugly. Kate McKinnon is an attractive woman. She's got, like, comedic features to her, and she definitely plays up the crazy eyes. But I don't know anybody who thinks Kate McKinnon's ugly. That's she's got weird hair, and she's got, crayon drawn on her face. But, like, I don't know, man. I mean, it doesn't matter to her if you think she's ugly. You're not her type.
And all the rest of it. And she informs Barbie she has to go to the real world, and she has to find the person who is playing with her, and she has to make that person feel better, because that will heal the problem that she's having in Barbie land. Okay, so we have our plot point, right? We have the thing that's going to launch us off into the rest of the movie. And then it's just a complete mess from here on in. At least to this point, it's kind of dumb but coherent. From here on in, it makes no sense at all.
Because you weren't paying attention, and because you wanted it to have a very simple plot like that, when it turns out it's actually a lot more complicated than that, because it's touching on some actual, real world issues that don't have simple solutions.
Again, Kate McKinnon sets up the dichotomy that pretty much the makers of the film hate Barbie by suggesting that you can live in Fantasyland with Barbie, and you can take the Barbie shoe, or you can take Birkenstocks, right? You can become like a Portland lesbian, and you can learn about reality. That's going to be the choice that you have to make. but not before she makes a joke about Ken and wanting to see the nude blob he is packing under those pants.
That's so. Somebody said that?
Perfect for 8-year-old girls.
Yeah, it's not a kid. It's not a movie for 8-year-olds. But I have to let it go. I have to. He's just gonna keep doing it.
Ladies, mothers, just be warned. Ken and Barbie head off to the
Yes, mothers, be warned. It's PG-13.
real world to try to find the person who is playing with Barbie. And immediately upon arriving in the real world, Barbie is hit with an overwhelming tsunami of sexism. Like right away, boom. She walks in and a bunch of men just leer at her and say, "Give us a smile, blondie," which is something that no one under the age of 70 has said to a woman in the recent past. Give us a smile, blondie? Seriously? Aye.
Yeah, no, nobody has ever asked a lady to smile. You'd be prettier if you smiled. You know, that's always something that you only find in old-timey comics. No woman has ever today had somebody tell them, you should smile more.
We get Barbie explaining that all of the men who are leering at her and gazing at her, they have an undertone of violence. Everything's she's threatened. She's physically threatened because this is the real world. The real world is not like Barbie Land. In the real world, all women are victims. They are deep and abiding victims of the system, as we'll learn by the use of the word patriarchy no less than 10 times in this film. She gets arrested like twice for various crimes. Even the police officers are rabid, raging sexists. The police officers are hitting on Barbie. They're making observations about her appearance. Ken, meanwhile, is getting super happy because Ken, who's been sort of an underling in Barbie Land, now he's realizing he's part of the patriarchy, and the patriarchy is awesome. Ken is loving the patriarchy. Now, you might imagine at this point that the way the film is going to go is that Ken and Barbie are going to have to some sort of agreement about seeing each other as equal human beings. You might imagine that's where it's going. Wrong. That's not where the film is going to go. You might have thought that what you were going to get was.
I mean, they kind of do have that realization, but also like seeing each other as equal human beings doesn't mean that Barbie wants to continue dating somebody that she doesn't like. Like she, they break up, but she acknowledges that she did not treat him well in that relationship. That was acknowledged.
Ken gets treated with respect as a person, and Barbie gets treated with respect as a person, and that's a better. Nope, wrong. In the end, not to skip ahead, Barbie Land just gets restored, and the men are still subservient. That's the best. That's the best version of the world. Okay, so Ken is walking around, and he's really enjoying the patriarchy and all of this, and he explains that men rule this world, and he goes to Mattel, and all the members of the board are men. By the way, I'd like to see a corporate breakdown of the Mattel board. I'll bet I can find it. Like
Okay,
the CEO
let's find
of
out.
Mattel for 30 years was a woman. So there's that. They pretend that like Mattel is all run by men. So
They actually acknowledge that Mattel has had like 2 women CEOs. And they point out, like, he tries to point it out, like, he's like, yeah, see, women can run things too. We've had 2 female CEOs over the, however, like, Mattel's been around for like what, a century?
now I want to know who's on the board. Okay, chairman and CEO is a dude. The board includes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It includes 5 women. So it's
How many men? How many men are on the board? Like, obviously, like for the movie, it was making an exaggeration of like Barbie being something that's actually been run by men. But how many men are on that board, Ben? Are you gonna tell us that, or are you gonna leave that one out conveniently?
6 men and 5 women.
Oh my God! If I had hit pause like a second later, he would have answered it. Okay, fair enough. He answers it. That actually seems like a fairly even split.
Clearly patriarchal domination. Just wanted to look that up just for the sake of, accuracy. Whenever I do these reviews, like, oh, you're taking the movie too seriously. The movie takes itself too seriously, guys.
No, it really doesn't. Will Ferrell is the CEO of Mattel. You don't cast Will Ferrell as the CEO of Mattel if you're trying to make a serious point about that. Like, that's not taking yourself seriously. Will Ferrell is a human cartoon.
It pretends to be a comedy, but it's taking itself super seriously. Fine. So it's all men at the top of Mattel, and they realize that Barbie and Ken have escaped Barbie Land. And this presents some sort of threat. What kind of threat? Because the writers are shitty. They don't bother explaining. They're just like, a threat. And Will Ferrell acts all weird and goofy, like Will Ferrell. And he's funny because it's Will Ferrell acting weird and goofy. But he's not funny because it's just Will Ferrell with no actual plot or dialogue to speak of, just being weird.
I will say that I felt like the Mattel board was kind of one of the weaker points in the film. Oh, Ben's much quieter than me. Okay, I'll bump up the volume here. I was only going by the by my peaks, but yeah, I'll bump him back up. Okay, no, like I was saying, I do actually think that the Will Ferrell board was kind of one of the weaker points in the movie, and it was actually like just about as cartoonish as the stuff that happened in Barbie Land. Which is like kind of just to be expected if you're casting Will Ferrell to do that role. Honestly, a lot of the stuff that happened in the real world was just as cartoonish as in Barbie Land. But you know, obviously in the real world there isn't a portal to Barbie world, so there was always going to have to be some kind of a, you know, this isn't actually the real world kind of a thing. But I do feel like Will Ferrell, I felt like they didn't exactly know what point they were making with his character, or like once they had established him. Like in the first scene when they're establishing the Mattel board is all men, like that part kind of sells itself. But then they like stay in through the rest of the movie, and it felt like they were a bit superfluous. So I will kind of agree with Ben on this one.
We'll fill that in later. There's so many places in the script where it's basically like the writers just, they left a gap and they're like, we'll leave a couple asterisks, we'll fill it in later. And then later they got there and they're like, nah, we'll just skip right over it. Fine. So they figured they got to track down Barbie and Ken. And meanwhile,
No, actually, they figured they got to track down Barbie. They don't care about Ken.
Barbie is trying to track down the girl who's playing with her. And she mistakenly thinks that it is a teenage girl who is playing with her and who is unhappy. And at this point, she receives a lecture from the teenage girl about how Barbie has ruined the world and actually is fascist. How Barbie is a sexualized capitalistic emblem. How Barbie has created unattainable feminine ideals. How Barbie is ruining the planet with rampant consumerism. You get like this full lecture right in the middle of the film.
I should point out that this character, the teenage girl, is mostly portrayed as having like she's, you know, going through a teenage phase where, you know, she's getting more explicitly political, but also she and her mom really don't see eye to eye on things. Like, you know, you see her just like not paying attention to her mom when she gets dropped off. And this film is more about them connecting together. So she's not being portrayed as like the correct character. She is a sulky teenager who doesn't get on well with her mom, and ends up reconnecting with her when they go into Barbie Land and you know, save it from the patriarchy. But she's not, and like you know, she's wearing like all blacks and everything at the start of the movie, but by the end she's like wearing clothes that she picked up in Barbie Land. So she's, you know, not portrayed as explicitly correct. She's portrayed as the kind of a person who would say those things about Barbie.
It's truly awful. It's truly awful. She's called a fascist. By the way, it only sets up the only good line of the film. Truly, in my opinion, there's one good line in the film. And that is where Barbie is trying to contemplate whether she's a fascist or not. And she says, I don't control the railways or the flow of commerce.
That was a funny joke. that was a funny joke.
Now, there's only one problem with that line. As with the entire movie, there is no character consistency. Barbie is supposed to be an idiot bubblehead piece of plastic.
No, she's not an idiot at any point. She's naive, but she's actually quite insightful. Like once she gets into the real world, she immediately recognizes sexual harassment for what it is, and she doesn't like it. Like somebody slaps her on the ass and she immediately decks them. She approaches some construction workers. Before seeing them, she assumes they're all going to be women because in her world, construction workers are all women. But then she sees them and they're all dudes, and they start catcalling her and objectifying her, and she immediately calls it out for what it is. And like, you even talked about this, and now you're saying, oh yeah, she's just some bubbly airhead. No, that's not how she's portrayed in this movie.
From Barbie Land. How does she know what a fascist is? How does she know about the flow of commerce? Like, again, just in terms of character consistency, like characters who actually are the characters, makes no sense whatsoever. So, meanwhile, Ken is wandering around, enjoying the patriarchy more.
Oh, by the way, this Ken right here, that's the actor who played Gravik. So that's actually I noticed that this is completely unrelated to this review, but this week I saw 2 things that had Jack Quaid in them and 2 things that had, I think, Kingsley Ben-Adir is the name of the actor. 2 things that had him in it, so that was kind of funny.
More and more and more. And he keeps asking men about the patriarchy. And at one point, he asks a dude about the patriarchy. And the guy says, well, that's not really the way that it works here anymore. He says, really? He says, no, it still works that way. We just hide it really well. Again, you can't even present the mild other side of the film. And this sort of
What do you mean the other side of the film, that patriarchy doesn't exist? Because that's just objectively not true. Is he mad that this movie didn't give equal credence to right-wing viewpoints? I mean, of course he's mad because he's a right-winger, but like, Ben, if you want to see a right-wing movie, go make one. You guys have your own film studio.
nonsense continues. The first third of the film is about how Mattel is kind of bad for creating this fancy land. Second third of the film is about the real world evils of the patriarchy. Oh, the patriarchy. Oh, the patriarchy. Culminating in an idiotic line where one of the low-level members of Mattel is with the board, and Barbie is looking for a woman at the board. And the low-level man says, I'm a man with no power. Does that make me a woman? No, you can't parallel park. That's what makes you a woman. Okay? And in any case.
Bazinga. Also, I can parallel park, but only because I have a backup camera on my car. That's what enables me to do it. I was never able to do it before then. I failed that part of my driver's test.
We get here a few obscure jokes about Proust Barbie, because again, Noah Baumbach has to show that he wrote some of the script. He made a reference to Proust. Doesn't that make him clever? Ooh. Next, he will make a reference, I would assume, to Victor Hugo. Wow. Proust. Ooh. Idiots who think they're smart. It's total. Okay, then
Idiots who think they're... I just want to clip that. Idiots who think they're smart. Because that's Ben Shapiro to a T.
Barbie escapes the Mattel building. They were going to package her up and they were going to send her back to Barbie Land. And she instead runs and she escapes the Mattel building. And she hooks up with America Ferrera. So America...
Whoa, she doesn't hook up, okay? Nobody has sex in this movie. You should probably learn what hook up means, Ben.
Ferrera is the actual one who's playing with Barbie as a youth. And it's her daughter who Barbie had originally approached. Twist! Okay, and she decides that in order to escape the Mattel executives, she's going to have to bring both of them back to Barbie Land. Why does she bring both of them back to Barbie Land? No one knows. There's no actual, there's no explanation as to why she's supposed to bring both of them back to Barbie Land. Supposedly, it's because she needs to escape back to Barbie Land, but she could do that without the two of them. But she decides she's going to bring them back. So she brings them back to Barbie Land. Meanwhile, the Mattel executives are chasing her. Now, question, why are they chasing her? They achieved their goal. Barbie is back in Barbie Land. Why are they still chasing her? No one.
You know what? That's a good question. I think he might have a legitimate point here. I need to rewatch it to see if it was specifically addressed. But no, they do. Yeah, because she does go back to... Maybe they're chasing her because she took real people into Barbie World. That might be it. But yeah, no, actually, that's a... Hey, Sideful, welcome in to stream. Yeah, you came in right as Ben made a point that I think might actually be a good point. There you go, you get one.
One knows. It doesn't make any sense. They literally say, there will be consequences you can't even imagine. And then they're like, what consequences? And they're like, fill in the blank. And some dude says something about a podcast with 2 trees. You're like, that's the laziest shitty writing. God bless it. Okay, anyway. So Ken, in the meantime, he has already headed, while she was, futzing around over at Mattel, Ken has already headed back to to Barbie Land, where he has immediately established the patriarchy. So just to point out here, the point of the film is that the matriarchy is amazing. Right? Women are amazing at everything. Ken walks in.
No, that's not the point of the film. That's how Barbie Land is structured at the beginning, and it's quickly obvious that structuring society in that way leaves men feeling unwanted and insecure, and leads them to go and start a takeover.
And within 2 seconds, he has taken over all of Barbie Land, and he has turned it into the Kendom. Within 2 seconds. So apparently the women are so unbelievably competent and brilliant and great at everything over in Barbie Land that an idiot man walks in and takes over the whole place inside of 2 seconds.
They're dolls. They're all toys.
So he takes over the entire place. We later learn that's because the women, they didn't know what was coming. We later learned they didn't have immunity. And the way that they get immunity is by learning to hate the men. That's the way.
No, it's by learning what it means to be a woman living under the patriarchy. Because, like, when Ken instates the patriarchy, like, all of the women there just think, like, it's some new idea. They haven't ever considered it before. And they don't really see the harm that it causes. And so, yeah, it takes the real life woman, the one who caused the problems with Barbie, takes her giving a rant about what it means to live as a woman under patriarchy to snap them out of it.
They have to learn to hate men. Okay, so Ken decides he's going to go back and he's going to establish his patriarchal system. We only learn this when Barbie heads back with America Ferrera and Random Daughter. And Ken immediately starts acting like the jerks in the patriarchy, right? He calls her baby. Oh, no. He calls her baby. The greatest of all insults. He calls her baby. And then America...
Ben Shapiro is a baby. There it is. The greatest of all insults. He is a baby.
America Ferrera is trying to explain to Barbie what exactly is going on. And she's like, it's just like the indigenous people and smallpox. They had no immunity. Howard Zinn wrote this script. So the ladies in Barbie Land had no immunity to the magic of the patriarchy, the magic. The women were seduced into... So just to point out here, the actual argument the movie is making is that if women enjoy men, it's because they have been brainwashed by the patriarchy. They make this message explicit.
No, because you're conflating men with the patriarchy. That's like that has been your central failure in analysis of this movie, is that you think women equals matriarchy and men equals patriarchy, when this movie is very explicitly saying that those systems don't work.
In just a few minutes in the film. And when I say a few minutes, I mean several years, because this film took years off my life. It is long, it is boring, and it is terrible. Okay, so the Kens are about to perform... None of this makes any damn sense. Okay, the Kens are about to have a vote to change the Constitution. Why?
To formally instate the patriarchy.
Why? Ken literally just sees power. He's a fascist. What the f*** is he gonna vote for?
To legitimize it. Like, that's how, takeovers of society typically happen. First comes the takeover, then they pass laws to make it more legitimate. Like, when the Nazis took over Germany in 1933, they didn't immediately enact the final solution. They had to legitimize themselves in law first.
Why are they voting? Like, he sees power. Also, what is the breakdown demographically of the Kens and the Barbies? Are there as many Kens as Barbies? Because why would they hold a vote? The Kens appear to be in a minority in Barbie Land. There are a lot more Barbies than Kens. So if that's the case, why even do the democratic vote thing?
Well, the whole point of doing the vote is that, like, all of the Barbies were so brainwashed they weren't even gonna vote against it. And so the whole plan is to get all of the Kens distracted and, like, infighting with each other so they forget to go vote while all of the unbrainwashed Barbies go and vote to retain the Constitution.
Why not just seize the power? Because then you wouldn't have the rest of the dumb plot of this stupid film. So they decide they're going to hold the vote. And not only are they going to hold the vote, they're going to be very fair about it. They're going to hold it in 48 hours. They're going to hold it in a couple of days to make sure that the Barbies have time to actually form a counter plan. Why would they do that? No reason. Asterisk, asterisk, we'll fill it in later. Okay, so they decide they're going to hold this dumbass.
They're dolls. Ben. Ken Shapiro over here with the biggest and the most wrinkliest of the plastic brains.
Vote. And the Barbies learn about this, and Barbie is very depressed because Barbie realizes that all the other Barbies have been taken in by the patriarchy, and this is extremely bad. Now, here's one place where you have a serious continuity error in the film. So, Margot Robbie, who plays Barbie at the beginning, half the time she plays Barbie is kind of stiff like a doll, and half the time she plays Barbie is just kind of normal. And so now she plays it super stiff like a doll. She sits down, in kind of 90-degree position like a Barbie would, and she keels over in the 90-degree position. And it would be funny, except she hasn't been doing it the whole film. Again, the level of inconsistency and bad filmmaking here is just off the charts. They needed somebody to actually sit down with them and be an adult in the room, and no one was there.
Did he expect Margot Robbie to have stiff arms the entire movie, just to hold her hands flat, to actually stand on her tippy toes the whole time. Like, it's fine to have side gags. Like, I bet he hated it in the Lego movie when they went to a wide shot of like a piece of the tower flying off, and they because it's a super wide shot, they use Duplos instead, and then like just a little piece comes off, and like the physics change so that it's like actual like real world Legos instead of the in universe the Lego physics. Like, I bet he thought, well, that doesn't make sense. Either the Legos have the consistent physics as in the real world, or this whole thing doesn't make sense. Ken, it is a fantasy movie where dolls can move into the real world and back by rollerblading. Is this seriously one of your complaints? Yeah, Mixed Disney says maybe there's some cinematic language. Yeah.
So at this point, America Ferrera and daughter decide they've given up on Barbie because Barbie won't fight for herself. And so they take off. And Michael Cera, for no reason, is in this film. And he's in the back of the car, and we don't know why.
Yeah, I'm confused about that.
And he serves no purpose other than to have a random fight scene. And also so that they can make a Trump building the wall reference. Right? They're apparently the Kens are going to build a wall to keep people from getting in or getting out. Now, here's the weird part. No one has ever entered or exited Barbie Land before. Why?
You're literally lying. Can somebody please tell Ken Shapiro that he's literally lying to his audience? Like, it's established that they had dolls escape the Barbie Land before. He's just literally lying to his audience.
Are you building a wall? What is the necessity for a wall?
What a weaselly little liar, dude. What a weaselly little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. What a weaselly little liar.
No one explains. It's just a dumb Trump reference so that everybody who is friends with Noah Baumbach and Greta Gerwig can laugh and nod like the morons they are. And so the daughter and the mom, they decide, no, we have to go back and we have to save Barbie Land. They're going to save Barbie Land. And who do they go to? They go to wise, weird lesbian Barbie. They go back to Kate McKinnon and they ask her about this. And they bring Barbie with them. And they're going to try to figure out a strategy. How do they stop the Kens from winning the vote? Now, you might say to yourself, wait, aren't the women majority? Do they not have agency, the women? They have no agency, apparently. So apparently the women have no agency and they are a majority, and yet they have to be deprogrammed. They're going to be
yeah, because they've been convinced that it's funner if they don't have to worry about doing anything in life other than getting a beer for their boyfriends. So they're either not going to vote or they're going to vote in favor of the patriarchy. They need to be deprogrammed so that they can, and I know this is going to scare you, Ben, but it's so that they can get woke. Side Death Fool says, petition to get Gay Fesh a soundboard. Yeah, well, you know, there's a link in chat right there if you want to help donate toward that goal. I've got a tracker up top. Set a goal of $100 donation for today if anybody feels generous enough to give me some of that. But anyway, let's get back to the review of Ben's review.
programmed by Weird Barbie and her crazy cadre of feminist heroes.
I love you guys.
And this is when we start getting into the real. You think it's propagandistic so far? Oh man, wait. Here is where we get into like the real meat of it. Okay, so we end up with Barbie complaining. She's complaining to Weird Barbie. And she says, oh my God, they've brainwashed all the other Barbies. They've brainwashed all the other Barbies. She says, quote, either you're brainwashed or you're weird and ugly. There is no in between. And Weird Barbie says, tell me about it. And this is the perspective of the film. Either you're a third wave feminist kook who hates men, like truly hates men, or you're brainwashed.
Hi, Barbie.
Hi, Ken.
There's no in between. There's no actual relationship between men and women. There can't be any sort of fulfilling relationship between men and women. There are no decent males in the entire film. All the men are garbage. The only man who even appears mildly is America Ferrera's husband, who's just kind of a joke. He's
No, you're wrong. Like, yeah, a lot of the men are portrayed as, willing participants in the patriarchy, but Alan is, he's an ally to the Barbies. Alan doesn't want to side with the Kens. And even Ken himself, once he realizes what the patriarchy actually entails, he kind of loses interest in it. And the statement of you're either, a brainwashed bimbo or you're ugly and weird. Like, that's not that they're not saying that as a true statement. They're saying it as the way that it feels to live under the patriarchy. They're talking about the way that women are treated. It's not a true statement about women.
There for literally 10 seconds in the film making jokes about how he can't speak Spanish. That's his whole role in the film. Every other man is a piece of shit in the film. Everyone. And so this is the perspective of the film when you come right down to it. Either you are brainwashed or you are weird and ugly. And Barbie's like, yeah, that's what Barbie says. I mean, the only decent male is Alan, who apparently wants to wear pink and probably...
Oh my God, Ben, you are like CinemaSins. You literally just said that the only decent man in the movie was the husband of the woman who created the weird Barbie. Not weird Barbie, but the main Barbie had her give her existential crisis. You just said that it was the husband who's learning Spanish who's treated as the only like good guy, but then you immediately contradict yourself by saying the only good guy is Alan. Like, when CinemaSins does this, I know it's because they don't go back and like proofread their script. They just read it as is. But like, you're going off the cuff here, Ben. I'm assuming this isn't written. I'm assuming you are just going off the cuff based on the way you've been looping. So, oh my God, dude, that is amazing. He just let's go back.
Either you are brainwashed in the film making jokes about men who's just men are garbage.
Okay.
The only man who even appears mildly is America Ferrera's husband, who's just kind of a joke. He's there for literally 10 seconds in the film.
He says that at 24:05.
Making jokes about how he can. And so, ugly. And Barbie's like, yeah, that's what Barbie says.
Okay,
I mean, the only decent male is Alan.
20 seconds! 20 seconds, Ben! It only took you 20 seconds to contradict yourself.
Who apparently wants to wear pink and probably is supposed to be gay. I mean, I think it's supposed to be pretty clear from the film. Although, really, the take of the film is that all the Kens are gay. That's
yeah, no, he wasn't portrayed as gay. I think, if anything, he was just kind of a beta male. He was in there mostly as like a joke, but like the Michael Cera kind of a joke character. Like, Michael Cera just plays the Michael Cera type of character, and that's what they had him in here as.
really the take of the film, is that it's all homoerotic kind of stuff.
Let's beach off.
Anyone who wants to beach him off has to beach me off first.
I will beach both of you off at the same time.
In any case, the filmmakers are so
Also, holy shit, I missed the dono, but Sai, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you. You are truly the first oiler of the coral reef. By the way, don't dump oil in the coral reef. We need water to live.
secure with even their own script that they then have the narrator jet in to say, Margot Robbie might not be the best person to make this point, right? Because Barbie's saying, I don't feel beautiful anymore. And they're like, Margot Robbie. They literally jet in to say, Margot Robbie might not be the best person to make this point. Then maybe you shouldn't have written the point.
It was funny. It was a funny little insert. I don't even know if it was in the script. It might have been something where they realized, you know what? now that she's saying it, we should probably have Helen Mirren butt in and go, notes to the filmmakers. Margot Robbie's not the best person to make this point. Don't say oiler of the coral reef again, please. I won't. Don't worry.
Then maybe you shouldn't write it like that. Maybe you should not be a writer. Maybe you could do that. Okay, no. Okay, this is when we get the full bore thesis of the film. And guess what, guys? The thesis of the film, made by women, made for women, made starring women, funded by a studio that is largely staffed by men. The take of the film is that it is impossible to be a woman in the modern age. Absolutely impossible. And so we get this long speech of America Ferrera talking about how it's so difficult to be a woman. They want us to be this way, but not that way. They want us to be thin, but they don't want us to say that we're thin. They want us to earn money, but they don't want us to earn money. They want us to do this, and they don't want us to do that. They want us to answer for men's bad behavior, but they don't want us to offend men. They want us to do this, and they don't want us... Oh my God, it's so difficult to be a woman. So the same tried, truistic bullshit that they've been propagating in every new wave feminist film for the last 45 years in the...
maybe you should probably, if you don't want to keep hearing that same message, maybe you should make it a little easier for women in society, Ben. I mean, you've got a pretty large platform, and it seems like all you're doing with it is making messages like this in film necessary to be repeated over and over and over again. I agree, Deathville. Women are great. Got to be one of the genders of all time.
United States is now essentially telescoped into this one speech from America Ferrera, including a few cutaway shots of Margot Robbie looking up adoringly at America Ferrera as she explains that it's super hard to be a woman. It's so damn difficult to be a woman. You know why? Because of the patriarchy, because of the men. That's the actual story of the film. And then they make a couple of other dumb references, right? The Zack Snyder cut. The men, they like the Zack Snyder cut. Wow, that's terrible. Okay, fine.
That's right. I forgot. They did make a joke about the Zack Snyder Justice League cut. It was once they had been dropped to the brainwashing. They're like, oh, I don't have to pretend like I care about Zack Snyder's Justice League cut anymore.
And they say, you know what we need to do? We need to disabuse all of these Barbies of the patriarchy. How are we going to do this?
Which, by the way, I should point out that this is a Warner Brothers movie, and so is Zack Snyder's Justice League.
We need to allow them to live with the cognitive dissonance required to be a woman under the patriarchy. That's a line from Barbie. Now, again, they keep doing this. They keep having Barbie drop these extremely literate and well-articulated lines, but she's supposed to be a plastic doll idiot.
Oh my God. Oh, I paused. Oh my God. I paused it because I was going to bring up that this is not the first time that this has been a joke made in cinema, and he pulls up the scene. I was just going to point out the bit from Toy Story 3 when Barbie starts like being all Marxist in her analysis, and and he does it. He pulls up the scene. Well, I should say his editor pulled up the scene. I don't even think he was thinking of this scene.
We should derive from the consent of the governed, not from the threat of force.
It doesn't matter. What is their actual strategy? So they have 48 hours to stop this vote, which shouldn't be happening in the first place because it makes no plot sense, because the men are fascists and the women are victims. But somehow they've been given 48 hours to stop the vote. So what are they going to do to stop this vote? How are they going to do it? Well, they're going to separate the men and the women.
Barbie!
They're going to turn all the Barbies against the Kens. It's so subtle. The symbolism is so subtle. Turn all the women against the men and you will save society. That's the message that you could be shoveling directly into the brain of your 8-year-old girl if you so choose this week.
It's been a while, so I'm going to reiterate. This movie's PG-13. It's not for 8-year-old girls. It's for their moms.
Weekend.
Maximum volume.
So they literally say this: get the Barbies away from their Kens. How are they going to achieve this? Well, they're going to make the men complacent and then take their power. This is how women have achieved power. Now, let me just digress briefly here in how women actually achieved power in Western civilization. The answer is that they lobbied men and men gave it to them. That is the actual answer as to how women achieve power in Western civilization.
There was some terrorism involved too. Let's not forget that suffragettes were actually engaging in violence to get that, Ben. Like, they got the vote because they were blowing shit up to get the vote. It wasn't just they asked nicely and the men placated them.
The amendment to the Constitution that allowed women to vote was passed solely by men because women couldn't vote. It turns out there are a lot of good-hearted men out there who like women and who want women to be able to live lives that they want.
Then how come they had to be pressured into doing that in the first place, Ben? Like, I agree, there are good-hearted men out there, but they're not in politics.
It turns out that many of us are husbands and fathers. Many of us have daughters.
Oh, that doesn't make you a good person, Ben. Some of the worst people on the planet are men who bring up how they have wives and mothers and daughters. He's literally doing the thing. He's like, I can't be racist. I've jerked off to black porn.
Many of us love the people we're married to. It turns out that that actually describes a huge number of Western men, that we are not your enemies. And yet the entire premise of the movie is that what actually happened in the feminist movement is that women seized the power away from the men. I'm sorry to break it to you, ladies. It ain't true. It ain't true. This notion that women vote as a block is not true. Married women vote very much like their husbands, actually. Single women vote more like a block now than they did before. But it turns out that people...
Oh, he's mad. Oh, he's seething. Oh, he's so mad. Nobody ever tell him that pussy can actually be wet and it's good. Like, he thinks he's got a really good thing with his doctor wife right now. That dry ass pussy. Nobody let him know. Let him have that one fantasy that he's got it as good as it's going to be.
Are individuals, and some women vote one way and some men vote another way. But again, the idea here is very simplistic: men versus women, battle royale. And that's what this literally turns into, a battle royale between the women and the men. But really, it's about getting the men to fight each other. They bring all the Barbies one by one. They distract them. They bring the Barbies in one by one, and they unbrainwash them. How do they unbrainwash them? Well, they tell them truths like, any power you have must be masked under a giggle.
That's not like a truth as in, oh, that's how you have to do it. That's a truth as in, this is what it's like to exist under the patriarchy.
I have a question. I mean, I work with a lot of women. Do they feel like the power that they have has to be masked under a giggle?
Working for you? I absolutely, dude. Are you shitting me? Oh my god. I can't imagine what it must be like to be a woman working at the Daily Wire. Oh my god. I mean, like, there's Candace Owens, who's never laughed in her life, I feel like, but, you know, she's not specifically who I'm thinking of. Like, there are a lot of people at the Daily Wire who aren't in front of the camera, and yeah, Ben, I am pretty sure that they have to do quite a lot to placate you, and more specifically, probably to placate Matt Walsh, because, oh my god, that guy.
Was this film written in 1943? Who wrote this film? Well, we know who wrote this film. A feminist writer who gets paid millions of dollars to make horse. One of them says, we have to reject men's advances without damaging their ego. Or theoretically, you could just reject men's advances and damage their ego, because what do you care?
Because they're afraid that if they damage the men's ego while rejecting them, that the men will turn violent, as often happens. It's not just they're not doing this because they care about the man's ego. They're doing this because they care about their bodily safety.
You have to pretend to be confused about money. Is this a real thing? Like, do women pretend to be confused about money so the men will explain it to them? This is also it's such claptrap. And then my very
for somebody who spends all of his time railing against, you know, the evils of feminism and the left and stuff, you think he would have done a little bit more reading on it? I mean, Ben presents himself as like kind of, you know, the smart man's conservative, you know, because he talks fast and uses a lot of big words sometimes. But he really doesn't understand the tenets that he's arguing against, and like this is really evident here.
favorite. Do you want some pants? Because that's really what this is about, is women really, really want to wear pants. That demonstrates the power of the patriarchy is that men really don't want women to wear pants, and women really, really want to wear pants.
Love your leg warmers.
Nice ass cut.
And then it's, you know, all the men being victimized, all the Kens being victimized by these various tactics, up to and including Ryan Gosling hitting on a trans woman, meaning a dude who has a voice deeper than Ryan Gosling's, which is an actual...
Again, Ben, it's not hard to have a voice deeper than a dude's when you are the one talking.
scene in the film, which is just great. Okay, so then
I don't even really need to address the transphobia. It's just the exact same transphobia that he brought up last time, that he brought up that there's a trans in the movie. Also, hey Twos, welcome in.
Final step. Finally, the women have been disabused. So now they're going to play the ultimate prank. The ultimate prank is that they are going to turn the men against each other. How are they going to turn the men against each other? They're going to turn the men against each other by switching partners. They're going to get together, and Barbie is going to be with Ken, classic Barbie and classic Ken. They're going to be together, but then they're going to move on to the other Kens, and the Kens are going to start fighting each other over the ladies because they're going to switch over. Now, not to put too fine a point on this, but this makes no sense at all.
You know what? Before I pause to address it, let's hear him out. How does this make no sense?
Because guess what would happen if a bunch of beautiful women decided to switch to other men simultaneously? You know what the men would do? They would throw a party. So they turn.
Oh, because all men are just unemotional. Just, I will fuck anything that is hot in front of me. It doesn't matter at all that, you know, I have like an emotional attachment to a woman. None of that matters. Like, you are so pessimistic about how men actually are. Like, you're just telling on yourself here. You're just like, your doctor wife should see this and go, oh my god, does Candace Owens have a dry pussy too? I sure hope not.
The men against each other. And then we get a 20-minute long segment of the Kens fighting each other using various implements ranging from like small bows and arrows with sticky cups at the end to tennis rackets. And that turns into a musical number. What does any of this have to do with the plot? Nothing. Literally nothing. It is just a 15-minute digression because they wanted to insert a crappy musical number with not particularly good dancing.
I thought it was cute.
And then what are the women doing during this time? The women are voting. The women are voting. So now we know the Democratic turnout strategy. The Democratic turnout strategy in 2024 is going to be to get all of the Republicans to fight with one another using tennis rackets while they go and they do the voting, apparently.
I mean, yeah, like I actually agree with him here that definitely is what I wants to happen. I want to make sure that all of the Republicans are basically trying to kill each other over whether they want DeSantis or Trump. And honestly, like, yeah, I like as much as I don't want DeSantis to win, like, if he got the nomination, Trump wouldn't like back down. Trump would probably run third party at that point, right? Which would split the vote. So, you know, like, I'm. Was it in this movie that they bring up Sun Tzu's Art of War? It was something that I watched this week that brought up Sun Tzu's Art of War, and I think it was the Star Trek episode, but they might have mentioned it here too, because this is, you know, divide and conquer. This is a strategy from the Art of War. So
they go and they vote. After they vote, they reestablish exactly basically how it was, the matriarchy. The matriarchy is reestablished. And Ken, who is now really sad because he's lost his power, and all he wanted in the first place was just to be treated decently by Barbie. Is he treated decently at the end by Barbie? Of course he isn't.
Yeah, he is. What Ben's gonna say here is that he's not treated decently because Barbie doesn't reciprocate his feelings. But she doesn't have to do that. She doesn't love him. She doesn't want to be with him. So, but she does treat him decently in the breakup, and she acknowledges that she treated him poorly and took him for granted while they were dating. But like, do we have like a DJ Mule have makeup sex kind of a thing going on here?
That would be silly. At the very end, he is told that he needs to learn to live without Barbie.
Yes.
I just don't know who I am without you.
You're Ken.
But it's Barbie and Ken. There is no just Ken.
He, who was literally created as a doll to be with Barbie, he needs to learn to be apart from Barbie, and she needs to learn to be apart from him, because atomistic isolation and loneliness is the best way to find fulfillment, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be
No, it's about not defining yourself solely by your relations to other people. Like, also, there are other Barbies in Barbie Land, and maybe after some like soul searching, Ken can go and find a new Barbie to talk to. Maybe one that'll like him. I mean, they're still making Barbie dolls. I'm sure there's going to be a fresh shipment showing up in Barbie Land at any point. I'm sure Ken will be fine.
best for Ken if he never sees Barbie again. It'll be better for Barbie if she never sees Ken again. Secular humanism is at its finest. We've reached the apotheosis. Men and women don't belong together. They belong very, very much apart. This is all topped off by Issa.
He keeps doing this thing throughout this entire review where he conflates patriarchy with men and matriarchy with women, and he conflates Barbie with women and Ken with men. Like he can't. It's like he collectivizes the individual and individualizes the collective in this review, and it's weird.
Ray calling somebody a motherfucker. Again, perfect for your 7-year-old girl who loves Barbie dolls.
It was bleeped out, Ben, and you just said it too, and you bleeped it out in a less funny way than it was bleeped out in the movie.
Just perfect for her. And so we learn that men and women are supposed to be separate. They're not supposed to be together. And that maybe the matriarchy will allow the men not to be on the Supreme Court of Barbie Land, but maybe they can get some lower circuit court judgeships. This is what we learn. And we learn one day the Kens might have as much power and influence in Barbie world as women have in the real world. Because, of course, women are again, just absolutely subjugated in the real world. You think that's the end of the movie? Wrong. This thing has more endings than Lord of the Rings. So, ending number 1 is we find out that Ken is going to live apart from Barbie and he's going to find himself in being Ken. Ugh, the utter joy of self-exploration.
Dude, you can masturbate. It's okay. You can do a little self-exploration. Like it's I'm pretty sure that it's not a breaking kosher to just crank one out on your own. Okay, it's okay. You can explore yourself. You can find out all the things about your body that your doctor wife doesn't make you feel.
Next, we get an ending in which the CEO of Mattel, who's been completely sidelined. You remember the CEO of Mattel? Remember he was supposed to be chasing them into Barbie Land for no apparent reason? So he's now in Barbie Land. We don't know why he's there or what he's there to do, except that we need Will Ferrell in the movie to provide no laughs. He doesn't provide any laughs. So he shows up.
I will agree that I did kind of find his character a little superfluous. But what he's going to point out, he's going to bring up the whole thing where Will Ferrell is just like, sometimes I just kind of want to tickle everyone. And yeah, it's a silly kind of, I don't think it was the best written moment, but what Ben's going to fail to understand here is that this is a commentary on the way that the patriarchy harms men too, by telling them that there's only a specific way to be a man. And that, if you want to have a tickle party with your friends, well, that's really gay. That's not manly. And it's just him expressing something that he wants. And it's okay to wants to have a tickle party with the boys.
His motivation throughout this movie has been completely inconsistent. He started off wanting to put Barbie back in Barbie Land so that they could make money. And then he is told at one point that when Kens have taken over Kendom, they will make just as much money. He's like, no, that cannot be. I'm an ideologue on behalf of women. And then he arrives and he is told that America Ferrera wants to make ordinary Barbie, which, by the way, would sell 0. Anyway, that will be profitable. And so now he wants to make ordinary Barbie because he's back to being uber capitalist, evil capitalist. He's making money off of Barbie because, again, Mattel are the bad guys, but they're also the good guys. But they're kind of the bad guys, but they're mostly the good, but they're a little bad. And so that's ending number 2 at this point. So we have the Barbie Ken ending. We have the CEO of Mattel ending, where he says, we'll make ordinary Barbie, and then...
Okay, so he's not even going to bring up the tickle party. Well, I misread that one then, but I don't know, Ben, bring up the tickle party. Come on, let's talk about the tickle party.
Girls all over the world will know that ordinariness is fine and okay, because it's not that girls play with Barbie because they think that she's beautiful and it's aspirational. No, it's bad. Okay, so then we have ending number 3.
Or that, like, the idea of having an ordinary Barbie is to show girls growing up that being a normal person is okay. Like, there's a lot of commentary, not just in the movie, but just about Barbie itself. It's been in the zeitgeist for decades about the unrealistic body standards that Barbie gives people. Like, this is a long, studied phenomenon. And so the idea of making a Barbie who's just like a normal person who has like normal proportions. Now, like, actually, a lot of the issues with the way that Barbie is proportioned is because she's designed as a fashion doll. And so fabric at that scale is going to be a lot thicker and hang a lot heavier on a doll than it would on a human. And so Barbie has to be actually a lot more slender so that once the clothes are on her, they look like they fit, like they're more on like an actual human. That's kind of the proportions that Barbie is built around. But unfortunately, when you take off those clothes, you've got just the unrealistically proportioned Barbie. And, speaking as a kid, we all took the clothes off of our Barbie dolls and just had them smash groins at some point. Like, everyone's done that. So it does give people an unrealistic ideal of body standards. And like he said that like this creating an ordinary Barbie is going to fix society. No, it's not. I mean, it might help Barbie Land a little bit, but like it's just an idea for a new Mattel toy line. So Defil said, nah, man, I had Bratz dolls. Well, you're probably a little younger than me. Bratz were like starting to be a big thing like after I had graduated high school, so.
You think you're done? Wrong. We're now 2 hours deep into this piece of shit. And we have now dug halfway to China, and we are going to keep digging. So we have ending number 3. Rhea Perlman shows up to lecture us all about the patriarchy again. You haven't heard it enough. We got to beat this sucker into the ground. We are going to take an axe, the blunt end of the axe, and we're just going to beat this thing to death. We're just going to beat it to death. So Rhea Perlman shows up because Barbie, it turns out, she spent too much time in the real world. That was the patriarchy and was terrible. So terrible that she wanted to stop it from happening in Barbie land. But now she wants to go back there because she actually learned some feelings over in the real world. So she decides that after all, this whole story was just Pinocchio, that she just wants to be a real boy.
Well, she, was having thoughts of death and having existential crises and learning about, being a real person. I think it's totally fine that they have it end with her going and becoming a real person.
And in what can...
Sorry, Mixed this. He said, Mom got me dolls and learned pretty quickly I took the clothes off the dolls and put them on the Beanie Babies. You wouldn't by chance be a furry, would you? I don't know if that's been brought up in convos between us, but that kind of sounds like something a furry would do.
Only be termed a sort of bait and switch at the very end of the film, just to please the core audience, which is moms and daughters. They insert a bunch of footage, I kid you not, like home video footage of moms and daughters playing. That's what it is, like people living their lives in female ways. Because Rhea Perlman is going to show Barbie what it's like to be a human, and then Barbie is going to say that she really wants to be a human just like you, just like you. And so they hit you with the nostalgia play. At the very end, the whole movie, which should have been nostalgia and about moms and daughters, instead, the entire movie is not that. The entire movie is instead about how men are evil and terrible. And also Mattel is evil and terrible. And then at the very end, they shove in this little nostalgia play in the hope that they can buy back the audience at the very end of the film. And Barbie decides that she is going to be...
Did he feel the same way about the Lego movie when Will Ferrell showed up and started playing with his son with Legos? Like, I got the same vibe from the ending of the Lego movie as I got from this ending. Like, it had a very similar... It's about being nostalgic about the toys that you played with as kids and passing that on to the next generation.
A real woman now. Now, when she goes... That's ending number 3.
I'm actually curious to see what Ben Shapiro said about the Lego movie, if he said anything. I kind of want to look to see if he commented on that, because, like, structurally, in terms of the way that this movie relates to the people who actually played with the toys, like, it hits on very similar themes to the Lego movie, and pretty much everyone loved the Lego movie, but, the Legos are... they're for everyone, and Barbies are for girls, so there's
still one more. So when that happens, when she goes to when she goes into this white area that's supposed to be heaven, because the person who she's talking, Rhea Perlman, is actually the person who actually created the doll, and we're supposed to be this was supposed to be a secret, is that Mattel was run by men, but the big secret all along is that a woman created the doll. News: it's not a secret. She was CEO of the company for 30 years.
It wasn't a secret. It was just when we meet her in the movie, we're not quite sure who she is. And, like, it's explaining it to people who might not know it, but it's not treated as, like, some big reveal that nobody knew about.
CEO of Mattel for 30 years, like 1945 to 1975, until the IRS caught her for tax evasion or something. The big reveal that the patriarchy said that it created Barbie, it didn't. No one thought the patriarchy created Barbie. Again, don't bother with the facts. Don't bother with sense. Don't bother with chronology. Don't bother. None of it matters. So, Barbie is now sent back.
Did you say phrenology? Don't bother with phrenology? Let's go back.
With the facts. Don't bother with sense. Don't bother with chronology. Don't bother. None of...
I don't know what word he's saying there. Let me pull up. Chronology. Okay. Okay.
That matters. So, Barbie is now sent back to the real world. And she is now going to experience the apotheosis of what it means to be a human woman. So we've learned early on in the movie, when she goes to the real world, she's catcalled by a bunch of the construction guys, and she says, "I don't have a vagina." Right? She, again, amazing line for your 7-year-old girl. She'll love it.
Oh, Ben, PG-13.
So apparently, when she is turned into a real woman, she has now grown a vagina. So the first thing that she does is she goes to the gynecologist, because, ladies, the apotheosis of your being is not motherhood. We got rid of that at the very beginning. And it's not being a wife or a partner, because women are supposed to be apart from men. It is your vagina. It is that you go to the gynecologist. Ladies, this is what makes you the most human you can be. is that you go to the gynecologist.
She became a real person, and you should probably have regular health screenings. There's important things. It is a little bit essentialist, I guess, in that regard. I mean, because we did have the trans Barbie, and like, if she went into the real world, I wonder how they would have handled that. But it was more of a joke than anything, because like the way they set it up is it looks like she's going in for a job interview. But then it's revealed, yeah, I'm here for to see a gynecologist. And like it's a joke about the fact that Barbie dolls don't have vaginas, so obviously she would suddenly have one once she becomes a human.
Now, I could point out here that that's really transphobic. That according to the same people who made this movie, not all women have vaginas, and not all people with penises are men. I could point that out.
Okay, but yeah, not all people with penises are men, right? They wouldn't need to go to the gynecologist if they had a penis. But Barbie has a vagina, so she should go to a gynecologist.
Out right here, because it obviously conflicts with.
Yeah, as Mixed Disney points out, trans women go to the gyno too. Yeah, absolutely. Once if you've got bottom surgery, you have a vagina, you have a neocervix, you need to be screened for cervical cancer. There's, lots of things. Yeah. Now, if you had a penis, yeah, no, you don't need to go to the gyno for that. But he doesn't have a penis.
The very ending of the film. But instead, I'm going to go with this one. At the end of all of this, they've boiled down. They have a whole conversation about identity and death and meaning, right? This whole conversation. What does it boil down to at the very end? What it boils down to at the very end, apparently, is being biologically female is the only thing that matters. And that's it, kind of.
No. He's acting like the final scene of the movie is the apotheosis. He's acting like that final scene with the joke ending, like the movie ends on that joke of, hi, I'm here to see a gynecologist, as if that's the revelation of the movie, as if nothing that has been talked about before the movie is actually trying to make a point. Is like does he think that the final line of every movie is always supposed to be, that's your thesis statement? Because this is a comedy movie. You usually want to end a comedy movie on a joke, right? So they did. Like, what is this?
That's it. Like, it all just boils down to a lady at the gynecologist. That's female power. Female power is Barbie goes to gynecologist. Which, I don't know about you ladies, but that seems like that's not like the most feminist message. That lady parts are the entirety of the lady. So excellent job. And with that, we end the film, and then we have the glossy, credits with.
Hang on, I have to pause. Okay, so he started this video. He's only got 4 minutes left in the video. He started this video saying he was going to be reviewing both Barbie and Oppenheimer. The only mention he has made of Oppenheimer was at the very beginning when he said he was going Oppenheimer on this movie, and then he burnt plastic while standing a couple feet away from the burning plastic with no mask on. Well, Mixed Disney, they may not be showing on screen, but they show up in my heart. Yeah, it would be nice if I could control that the way that I've got it here. Because I think when it loads up on the screen, it just immediately pulls to top chat and not live chat, and I don't really know a way to fix that from here. So it's just gotta be something you gotta deal with.
With a Nicki Minaj song, Nicki Minaj version of "I'm a Barbie Girl in a Barbie World." This movie started off as Barbie, and it was Weird Barbie. It was the toy that was handed off to Noah Baumbach and Greta Gerwig, and they played with it too hard. They decided that they were going to turn it inside out. They're going to rip off the hair. They were going to shave it. They were going to make it ugly. They were going to put all sorts of makeup on it. And then they were going to throw it out in the public. Now, those of us who are on the right, we look at the politics of this movie, we're like, man, so it sounds like a double sandwich. It doesn't sound like a Big Mac. It sounds like a double Big Mac. Right? It sounds like the plot is crap and the characters are crap.
Is there a double Big Mac? Like, a Big Mac is already a double sandwich that's got 2 patties separated by a third bun piece. Like, does I think he picked the wrong burger as an example here. Yeah, and McZizzy says, Ben, do you not understand what ugly Barbie looks like? Yeah, she's not ugly. She's a Barbie that has been played with, and so she looks weird. She's not ugly. Kate McKinnon is not ugly.
And the humor is crap. And then on top of that, the politics are crap. But you're missing the point. There's a reason this film has 91% on Rotten Tomatoes. And the reason is, if you are on the left, you can make one of the world's most boring, crappy comedies. You can waste an extraordinary amount of money and talent. You can waste some of the great IP ever created.
This movie was so boring, Ben Shapiro was able to rant about it for 43 minutes. That's how bored he was, is that he was able to get almost an hour of content out of critiquing it because he was so bored.
But as long as you slather it in a bunch of warmed over glorious Steinem nonsense, the critics will just salivate over you. They'll pretend that this is an actual good movie. So here's my prediction in terms of market. The marketing campaign for this movie has been astonishingly good, right? If you walked into this movie and you knew nothing of what I just said, what would you think this movie is? You would think.
Yeah, no, he's absolutely right, though. The marketing has been astonishing. And honestly, Oppenheimer has benefited from Barbie's marketing because people keep making the joke of, like, they look at Barbie's marketing and they're like, oh, the Oppenheimer marketing team has the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever.
This movie was probably something like the Disney movie Enchanted, but with Barbie. It's going to be Barbie in Barbie Land, and then it's going to be Barbie in the real world, and it's going to be charming, and it's going to be funny, and it's going to be warm-hearted, and it's not going to be vicious and cynical, and it's not going to be what morons talk about at Hollywood cocktail parties.
Oh, Ben, are you upset that something is vicious and cynical? I get that's not your jam. You're neither of those things, right?
It's just going to be fun. It's going to be a place where a mom might be able to take her 7-year-old or 8-year-old girl and enjoy themselves together.
So he wanted this movie to be made for 7 and 8-year-olds, which I can, like, on some level understand. It's Barbie. Like, that's kind of what you might expect. But the marketing for this movie made it very clear that that's not who this is for. It was very obviously not just making a kid's movie. It was making a movie, like, analyzing, you know, the impact of Barbie and like, you know, all of the social aspects of that. Like, it was clear from the marketing that that's what it was going to be.
And then walk out with their arms around each other. You might think that's what it was going to be. And undoubtedly, millions of moms and their daughters will think that. That's what you're seeing at the theaters. That's why you're seeing everybody wearing pink to the theaters. It's become like a Star Wars kind of thing, right? It's an actual cosplay of it.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to go out and dress up for things. I have several pieces of Star Trek cosplay that I've worn out to Star Trek movies. It's fun.
Number of moms who are going to take their daughters back to the theater week 2. Good luck with that. Really, good luck with that.
We'll find out.
Hollywood decided to empty out its own IP. Here, they decided they were going to take a golden piece of IP and they were just going to smash it and turn it into Weird Barbie. And I got to tell you, and this is going to have some ramifications for Barbie the brand. I don't know why Barbie the brand would.
Does he think that a Barbie movie that played it safe, that was just a fun, silly movie about Barbie, does he think that that would actually, like, be some... I wouldn't see that movie if it was just played straight. Okay? There's the reason that I saw this movie was because it was obviously, like, being a subversive take on a Barbie movie. Right? That's the whole reason any of us saw this thing. Like, the movie that he wants them to make is a movie that wouldn't have anywhere near this kind of a budget, that would just be for moms to take their 8-year-old girls to see. But that's not the movie that they were making, and I think they're making more money for it because of that.
Hand this property over to people who clearly hate the property. In the real world, the patriarchy rules. Men are really bad. Women need to separate off from men and hate men in order to be unblinded to the patriarchy, and then they can overthrow the patriarchy and create paradise. That is the thesis of the film. Last comment. Whenever I do film...
Yep, as I just got to keep reiterating. I kind of swallowed that word a little bit there. Ben keeps conflating individual men with the patriarchy and individual women with the matriarchy, when those are systems. And the movie is even pretty clear about separating those systems from the individual people. Because Ken, even though he's the one who instated patriarchy in Barbie Land, he is still not treated as some irredeemable villain. He is just treated as somebody else who is like a victim of this system. He's incapable of understanding that because he's a conservative, so he doesn't know the difference between individual and systemic because he believes in rugged individualism.
Film reviews like this, lengthy film reviews of movies like this. The left is always like, why are you taking this so seriously? How dare you take this so seriously? Well, because this is a movie where hundreds of millions of dollars will be expended to get people to watch it. It has a heavily political message. It is explicitly designed to divide men from women. It has these negative messages directed at kids. It is supposed to be a kids movie. It's rated PG-13. It is not marketed to PG-13. It is marketed.
Yeah, it was. What is he talking about?
To PG. It is marketed to moms who are going to skip the PG-13 rating and bring their daughters there anyway.
Dude, it was marketed to me, and I'm a 38-year-old cis man. Like, I saw the trailer and was like, I gotta see this movie. If you had told me, hey, there's gonna be a Barbie movie and you're really gonna want to see it, I would have been like, no, I'm gonna pass. I'm not gonna do that. It's the subversiveness that made me go and see it.
It's a culturally relevant moment, a very culturally relevant moment. And so the entire left's attempts to play the face tattoo syndrome, watch as we take a piece of children's IP and wear its skin around like a mask, like Hannibal Lecter, and we notice it, and then they're like, you noticed it? You're obviously very upset. I find it upsetting when material that is based on children's IP and marketed to little girls actually ends up being angry feminist claptrap that
Oh, he's upsetty spaghetti.
alienates men from women, undermines basic human values.
But basic human values is it undermining, Ben? I thought it was a fairly humanist film. Oh, but he doesn't like secular humanism.
And promotes falsehood all at the same time. And I think a lot of people are going to have a right to be mad. So we'll see what the income trajectory of this film is. By the way, it's just going to die in China. The overseas market for this film, good luck with the Chinese Communist government.
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
Their kids in front of this sort of stuff. It is not going to happen. Final rating.
I don't think how something performs in China is necessarily an indictment of a film, considering that they have to cut gay stuff out to play over in the Chinese market. So, like, yeah, I don't think that's a strong argument, Ben. It's not like you even actually, like, support China at all. You're just doing that to be like, oh, well, they won't like it in China. Yeah, okay. China's, like, more socially conservative than America is in a lot of ways. Especially because of the way that the government's run. Like, okay, that's not an argument. I bet they won't like this in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, you're probably right. It probably won't get that much play in Saudi Arabia.
Out of 10 Barbies, how many Barbies? 10 out of 10 being good. The answer is negative all the Barbies. Negative all of them. I honestly just...
He went so far there, I think he actually secretly likes this movie. He went so hyperbolic there. I think he liked it and is angry that he liked it because it had a more leftist message. And that's why he's got to convince himself that it's the worst thing ever. I think that's what it is. Like, if he had been, like, said, oh, give it a 2 out of 10 Barbies or something, okay. But he went so hyperbolic there at the end that I think he's overcompensating, and I think he secretly actually liked this movie.
As a piece of film, this sucker goes in, like, my bottom 10 ever. Ever. It is that bad. Not just because of the politics, because the plot makes no sense, because the writing makes no sense, because the acting half the time makes no sense. The entire film is a dog's vomit.
This is just sour grapes. Oh, the acting wasn't good. Bullshit, dude. The acting's great in this movie, except for Will Ferrell, but that's because it's Will Ferrell. He's not, anybody's favorite actor, but he's kind of minor in this movie anyway.
It is a dog's breakfast of film. So, yeah, I'm gonna go with negative infinity Barbies. It is that bad. If 10 out of 10 Barbies is like the stereotypical Barbie, this is Barbie head atop the robot body made by the weird kid from Toy Story.
Okay, but wait, that was a cool Barbie. That was a badass Barbie, though.
Story 1. That's what this is. And also, by the way, Oppenheimer's good.
Oh, so there's his Oppenheimer review. Okay. Well, all right. That was my review and Ben Shapiro's review of Barbie and my review of Ben Shapiro's review of Barbie. I think that's all of the review stuff that I've got today, so let me go ahead and get some video games booted up. Why don't we? Give me a second here. Okay, I just had to get my Twitch turned on. On one. There we go. All right. So we're going to be continuing my 100% run of Super Mario Odyssey, and like I said last week, I'm trying to get like world peace on each zone the first time I go through it, and all the coins, or all of the purple coins before I go back to it. Then once I've beat the main title, I'll go back to each one and finish up all of the others. So let's see. Oops, that's what I wanted. This is what I wanted. Alright. Checking to see which moons I've got. Okay. And I've only got 42 coins. I don't think I have unlocked this yet, so let me do that. I hit bubbles. Come on. Oh my god, will you activate? Please. There we go. Doesn't Odyssey have like 900? It's got 880 moons, unique moons. You can also buy extra moons at the shop. So you can get up to 999. But yeah, 880 unique moons. And if I take a look at this guy, I can get the right angle. I should see how many I've got right now. So I've got 107. Now, I'm not going to try and get too many moons here, but I am going to get a couple. Well, actually, that was the last one I needed to move on to the next one. But there's also a lot of coins that I want to get, and I'll get additional moons that are along the way as I go. Now, did I plant all of my plants? I did. Okay, good. And I'm not going to try for the jump rope because, or not right now anyway. That's going to be one of the last ones. Let's see. Okay, I got that one down there. Doing 100% on this game sounds mega hard. Well, I've played this game a lot, so it's actually not that hard. There's a couple of annoying moons that might be a little more tedious, but a lot of it is just remembering where everything is. And I've played this game enough. I might need to look up like one or two things here or there, but for the most part, like, I know where most of the coins are. I'm usually able to know, just if I know the name of the moon, what moon to look for. So this shouldn't be too difficult. I need to get up there. We're coming back this way. No! Dang it. Alright, let's see if... No! I was trying to get up there. I bet... Yeah, here we go. Oops. Already got those. Izzy says, okay, so I'm reading through this Wikipedia summary of several Barbie movies for kids, and Ben would also hate those. They're all like the girl boss protag saves helpless male love interest. The Three Musketeers Barbie movie is literally a classic. Girls want to do a boy thing, are told they can't, and end up being better than all the men and saving the men-girl fantasy. Yeah. No, that sounds about right. I mean, of course Ben would complain about it. Because, you know, he doesn't want women to have any power, and but he can't explicitly say that because he has to keep the mask on. He has to be like, well, women already have as much power as men in society. In fact, maybe too much. Maybe we shouldn't let them vote anymore. Now, did I get the coins down here? Pretty sure I got... Yes, I did. Okay, so there's coins up there. Well then, I need to do... Oh, that's what I want. Yes. I'll take that one since it threw me right into it. But again, I am primarily focused on making sure I get all of the purple coins, and then I can come back for all of the moons. Oh my god. I am a little rusty today. Now, where are my next purple coins? I think I want to go this way. And then there's 3 down there. I think this is the one. I think there's... Yes, there are coins. And since this is a sub area with coins in it, I'll just do the whole sub area and get all of the moons. Bennifer the Potato says the other movies are good. I've seen a few with my niece and the TV show. Yeah, I assume like what Ben is talking about, like the idea of a Barbie movie he's got in his head, like it exists. And it is just for little kids and I guess their moms if they want to watch it with them. So like he's complaining that it's not a movie that he never would have gone to see. Because he's never watched any of those Barbie movies. Nobody has. Well, I mean, obviously, Bennifer has, but like, you know, if you're an adult with no kids, you're not watching the kid Barbie movies. Those are for kids. There's nothing wrong with stuff just media just being for kids. And Ben wouldn't have cared about it if it was that case. He never would have gone to see it. I got those, okay. Now, I think... I made it. You actually miss watching all of them? Yeah, there's a lot of like kids media that I would watch when I was already too old for it anyway. Like Blue's Clues. Blue's Clues started when I was already like in middle school. But you know, summer break. So you're awake when Nick Jr.'s playing and you just get Blue's Clues on. Everyone loves Blue's Clues. I remember once like in like my 7th grade class, the teacher turned on the TV to like look up something and Blue's Clues was playing and like everyone was just like, Blue's Clues! And she's like, what are you guys watching that show for? It's for babies. Yes. Let's grab these guys. I think there's some back here. No. But I do want to go through here. I almost overshot that. This game really demonstrates the difference between people and Italian people. It's true, Mario is a lot smaller than everyone else. I actually feel it's kind of weird that New Donk City has just like normal humans. But like, I don't know, like Peach, she's not a mushroom, right? She's like a person like Mario is, and she's taller than Mario, sure, but not like... She still has cartoon proportions. She's not like a regular human in this cartoon world. Oh, I agree with you two. Yeah, absolutely. I did not like that Sonic Adventure added in just normal people. Like, in my opinion, the only, like, human that should be in any Sonic game is Robotnik. I almost died there. Right at the end, too. So, how many coins do I have? I've got 87. I'm almost done. I just need to figure out where the last few are. And I think there's probably some in some... Oh, yeah, there's the T-Rex sub-zone. I gotta go do that one. I think it's over here. Right? I'm pretty sure that's what this one is. Yes. This should give me like 6 coins. Don't ask me why there's a T-Rex in New Donk City. I like that he's got like aviator glasses on. Why not T-Rex? Tomb Raider reference? Not all T-Rexes are from Tomb Raider. They actually existed before that game came out. Now, I need to get 7 more, which means there's gonna be a group of 4 and a group of 3, probably. But where? Oh, you know what? I know where some of them are gonna be, at least. Oh, yeah, there we go. And I think there's actually, like... Yeah, there's 2 there, so I just need to find another group of 2 after this. Can you let go, please? Okay. Actually gonna pull up a map so I can figure out where all of the 2 coins are. So, give me a second here. Gonna have this on the other screen. You can't see it, but I can. It's just for reference. So, Kingdom. Do. Okay. Over here, maybe? Oh, I got those. Where are they? Because I'm looking at the map and I'm seeing where it's got all of them listed, and I'm looking and I'm like, no, I've gotten all of those. So did I just miss? You know what? I'm gonna check in here. It might be inside here. Entirely possible I didn't... Oh, well, there's 2 right there, and I think there's... Rude. Yeah, and there's those 2, so I've gotten those. Where are the last 2 that I need to get? Oops. Well, I just died. Oh, you know what? Yeah, there it is. Okay. I can now move on. Any clap. Yeah, it probably would have helped if I had done all this in one sitting. It's because I had done part of this zone in my last run, and I couldn't remember what parts I've done. Because I've played this game through many times. So unless I know on that run which coins I have and haven't gotten, it's a little difficult. Let's go to Snow Kingdom. Looks so cold, and it sounds like the races in town are quite popular. And the prize is a frosted cake? Okay, Snow Kingdom, let's go. Cake thief's parting gift. Somebody stole the cake. Bowser! Can't you just call a caterer? Yoink. So much of Bowser's plan in this game is just stealing things that he could have easily bought. Alright. Got you. You three. And then I think there's 4 more over here. Yeah. And then I gotta get all these guys out. Whoa, that almost killed me. I don't know why he stopped jumping on that axis. That was weird. I didn't touch the joystick. We got the frosted cake. The boss man sure is fussy about cake. Reckon we got him the best one, though. Sometimes it's a little difficult getting that skip, but got it this time. Yeah, didn't get it that time. Squish. Little Goomba waddles are so cute. Yes. Everything in this game is very cute. Actually, there's one thing in the game that's not cute. They have, like, a realistic dragon boss who's cool but not, like, cute. But that's about it. Everything else is cute. Ow. Come here. Oops. The humans aren't... Oh, that's true. The humans in New Donk City are not cute. Except for Pauline. But Pauline's a little more cartoonish than the other humans. The Bound Bull Grand Prix. I don't like these. And I'm gonna have to do 4 of them to get all the moons, but for now I only have to do 1 of them. But yeah, the racing, the bounding racing in this game, it's not one of my favorite mechanics. Oops. Hey, little guy. Race? I don't want to. The other races are too serious. I don't stand a chance. If someone else wanted to race, they would be welcome to take my place. Don't mind if I do. Yeah. Trying to grab these. There we go. Finally, now we can start the race. Our frosted cake was stolen, so the prize would be a multi-moon. Are you ready to race now? It's been a while since we've had a race, so we'll start with some training. I don't need to do the training. Yeah. Get lapped. What a race! You were like a supersonic snowman! Your prize is a multi-moon. I like how the multi-moon doesn't just look like 3 moons, it's also got the metal banding around them and the crown. They're extra special, even though they just count as 3 moons. Now it's time to get the rest of the coins. I've got those, these guys. That's what I was going. Oh. Okay. I think I know there's some of the some of the purple coins that are in, I think, the Acorn Cloud stage. Oh, and then there's 3 down there. Hang on. Grab those 3 first. Now let's see if that acorn's still there. Good. Okay. Up. Are the purple coins even in this section? They might not be. I might have misremembered. That's okay, though. I'm here anyway. So where are my last 2 coins then? Trying to remember where they would be. One other thing I'm gonna do. Give me my hat back. I'm gonna grab you so that at least I can go ahead and get the next warp painting. Oh my god. Sai, when did you donate another 50 bucks? I totally missed it. Thank you so much. Made my goal for the day. You are my favorite viewer of the day for giving me so much money. Thank you so much. I really need to set up like a notification noise so that I know when I'm getting those. Okay. Now, where are the last 2 coins in here? They're somewhere. Do I need to just pull up the map? I'm gonna pull up the map. Last 2 coins are... Oh, I know where they are. There they are. All right. Now we can move on. But if there was a noise, how would I speak stealthy? That's true, that's true. Well, you did cough for that one, but... Yeah, I need... No, I just need the alert for myself just because it's better when I get donations that I can, you know, acknowledge it so that I don't, like, miss it and somebody, like, logs off without getting the acknowledgement, you know? I try to, like, check my donations by the end of stream anyway, but it's nice to acknowledge them when they come in. That way I know the person who donated is, you know, still here to hear the acknowledgement. Now, if I ever get to, like, the size of somebody like Demon Mama or Vosh, reading every single donation as they come in might not be feasible. But for now, I'm a small streamer, so when I get donations, I want to acknowledge. And I've just been skipping over Cappy talking about the zone, but that's okay. You'll get to see the zone. Really, I'm saving you from spoilers. That's half empty. What's on top of the fancy goblet? I think that's an octopus. Now, I think in order to do beach volleyball, I think I need to have beat the boss first, so like I'm gonna head over here and yeah, okay. I need to beat the boss first before I get beach volleyball. That is actually generally considered one of the more annoying moons, but I think I can get it pretty much right away. I discovered that if you load up 2-player mode, which means you can control Cappy as a second player, it becomes a lot easier to do. And I've got the controllers for it, so I might just do it that way. Oops. Not how I wanted to do that. Ooh. Owie wee! Try all you want, I will never surrender the delicious sparkle water! Ooh, he's so mad, he's got magma on his head. Or lava, I guess. Magma is when it's underground. 3 mountain fountains left, let's hop to it. Now, I am going to show Pace a neat little skip here. Because that lighthouse, normally you have to go all the way underwater and go around to get up there, but I happen to know. I do this. Boom. Can't believe you cheated the sacred sport of beach volleyball for a power moon. It's not cheating. 2-player is a legitimate way to play the game. Excellent work. Just 2 fountains to go. Oh, let me grab that while I'm up here. Of course, after I do the skip, I'm just gonna go and do it normally because there's coins down here. Hello, coins. Yes, this is the way I want it to go. Whittle Octo friend. I know. There we go. There's a little Luigi 2D guy there that if you pop him, gives you like 200 coins, so. Oh, while I am swimming here, I might as well grab that one. And grab you. And then I think there's some coins. There. Grab you. Right now, I am just on the lookout for coins. Because... oh, I've got all that. There's... this is one zone where, like, I always end up, like, having to check the map to figure out which tree I've missed. Because it's a pretty big, non-linear, sprawling zone, so... but I got 46 right now. I know there's some over here somewhere. There they are. I'm gonna try and get all of the underwater ones I can remember. Oh, there's 3. Oh, there's 3 over here. Now I know 3 over there, but there's also like a passage that I have to swim up through to get some, and I think that's over here. And then I think that might be all of the Underwater? No, I think. Oh, here we are. Here's some more. Obviously, there's more above ground, but I'm just thinking of which ones are in the drink. I think that's probably it. There's a bunch of them on this island. Get them all. Maybe. I always feel like there's like some of them that I forget here, but I think I've got them all. Okay. All right. Come on, where are those out guys? I want to grab one of them. There's one. Because I seem to remember over here. Oh, well, that's I thought there might have been some coins here too, but I'll take them in. Okay. I know there's gonna be some over here. Let's grab these. Okay, I know. Ooh. All right, got all the coins. Means last time. Oh no, he fell. He's angry. Ow. Hello, boss. Gotcha. Come on. And he's just gonna come around here. Does he not come around there? Looks like he's just staying here. Okay, he wants me to chase him at least a little. There it is. Don't you move away from me, bitch. Gotcha. All right. Now there's still a couple things I'm gonna do here before I move on to the next kingdom, even though I got all the coins. Because I still need to get the warp painting, and I want to get the volleyball out of the way, so I don't have to worry about it later, because it's annoying. I also think I want to get all the plants planted. I've only done like 1 or 2 of those, so let me get those out of the way as well. Which one did I go to? Lake Kingdom. Come on, I'm in. Okay. let's head over here. Because one of the seeds be down here. One thing I don't like is that I can't do long jumps while I'm holding something. What was I gonna do next? Right, I'm doing the seeds. Once I've got all the seeds planted, I will do the volleyball, and then I will move on. Ooh, some gold. Yoink. I just realized I have been swimming in this bomber outfit, or this aviator outfit. Hey, Tipster, thank you for the raid. Everyone come on in. I am just doing some Mario Odyssey. This is eventually a 100% run, but right now I'm doing just a little bit in each zone. I'm trying to get all of the seeds planted, and I'm trying to get all of the purple coins. But once I have beat the main game, I will go back to each zone and 100% them, because there's a bunch of moons that get unlocked after you beat the game. Oops. I should learn how to throw properly. There we go. How was your stream, Tipster? Everyone coming on in, just make sure to hit like on the stream. It helps me out a lot, helps more people get pushed to the stream to go see it. What'd you talk about, Tipster? What'd you cover? I watched Ben Shapiro's ridiculous Barbie review. That's gonna be a fun segment to edit and put on up, but yeah. Well, thank you, Knight. The art was done by Glooby, who used to do art for Demon Mama, did her thumbnails for a while. Glooby does a really cute cartoony style, and I kind of feel like I need to hit them up and get some additional poses now that I've got some money coming into the channel. I can afford to pay them a commission to get a couple more poses on this guy. Okay, now that I've got all the plants planted, I need to do something special. Because I've got the volleyball coming up, and this is like the worst minigame. Unless you are doing it in two-player mode, because second player can control Cappy, and Cappy moves much faster than Mario does, so... Oops. Oops. I'm having to do this with two controllers, so it's taking me a little bit... There we go. Trying to adjust to the angle of the camera. So this is probably the worst mini game moon in the game, just because it's 100. And look at how slow it is at the start. Like, it speeds up eventually, but it's, like, so tedious. And especially when... Because, like, you get to 2 moons. The first moon's at 15, and the second moon is at 100. Like, I would... If you had done it at, like, 50, I think that would be more reasonable. But unless you know the trick to do it with the hat, so you're moving a lot faster... If you're doing it one player, you have to just make sure you're throwing the cap the correct direction all the time, and... There's always going to be mix-ups. Once you do it this way, it's a lot easier. And I had somebody say it was cheating earlier, but it's not cheating. 2-player is a legitimate way to play the game. One of the other worst moons to get is one that I did not try for yet, and that is the jump rope in Metro Kingdom, getting 100 jumps on jump rope, and that one is all about precise timing. It goes much quicker than this one, but it's still pretty tedious. And the only way that I've really been able to find to do it is to, like, just not even look at the screen and just go based on audio cues to match the rhythm, and it's even then it's not consistent. So I'm not looking forward to doing that, but this is a 100% run, so I will have to. Ooh, I almost missed that. Fortunately, there's a little bit of a grace period if it hits the sand, so it's not true volleyball. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, happy's... I don't know what rhymes with air that would fit for this. No! Son of a fucking bitch. Oh my god. Did you see all of that I did? I have to do all of that again. I got to 60. I am so mad. Whoa, we're halfway there. Whoa, Cappy messed up my hair. I landed on Mario's cap. I had to quickly toss myself. I think I can toss myself without having to use Mario's cap, but yeah. Or without using Mario's controller, but... not really used to two-player controls yet, so... Just look at how slow it is to start. Like, if there was a way to start it at full speed, that would be... Oh, you know what? Nah, fuck it. I'll come back to this later. It's so infuriating. All right. Hair. You're the prince of all caps. That is exactly how I play Elden Ring. What, you give up on stuff when it's infuriating? Like I said, I am doing 100%, so I'm gonna have to go back and do that one. It just, when I get 2 fails in a row on that, it's not fun. I'll do it once I have beaten the game. By the way, if you're enjoying what you're watching, be sure to toss a like to the stream and subscribe. It'll help out my my channel growth here. You can also, if you're feeling generous, click the donation link in my description. There's actually 2 donation links in the description. You'll notice that I hit my goal of 100 donos for today. But I wouldn't say no to more money if you want to give it to me. And if you also want to help out people who are also in need, I have a donation link to the SAG-AFTRA Foundation. I talked a little bit earlier about the Hollywood strike today, and there is a emergency strike fund that you can donate to help out actors who, you know, most members of SAG-AFTRA are living below the poverty line, and without being able to get acting work here while they're on the picket line, they could definitely use the financial assistance. So anything you want to toss to them would be definitely appreciated. Good, showing good solidarity with workers. So you can donate to the actors, you can donate to me, or you can keep your greedy money. I got you. There we go. And let's see if I can grab all of these. Nope. Oh, I got 2 of them. That's another way to do it. There's a boss up there, but I want to get some of these coins. Although, are those even coins? They look like tomatoes. Ho ho! We stole a whole boatload of this place's stupendous stew for the boss's wedding chow. I'm gonna head back up the volcano to finish off that stew after I'm done with you. Soup Kingdom? It is the Luncheon Kingdom. And that pink stuff is ostensibly magma, but it kind of looks like a soup to me. This boss is so easy to fight, so long as you know the, its fast strats are really, really easy to pull off. Yeah, that's an easy fight. You just have to know the right timing to jump when he starts going into the second phase, and then you could just bypass it completely. Trying to think, is there something up here? No. Now, if memory serves, this sub-area has coins. Yes, it does. Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah, this is a really great area. Really fun design to the place. Nope. There we go. Now I think there's still couple more coins to get down here before I go back up. It may be a dead end now, but there's more to unlock later, and I just wanted to get the coins. No! Whoa, I tried to backflip and I almost did a long jump off the cliff. Clearing all this because I know there's like... There we are. I think that's the last of them. Oh, nope, there we go. Okay. Soup looks like Pepto. Yeah, kind of does. It's just very vibrant and colorful. Gay soup. Oh god, it's so hot that the magma looks like it's boiling. Like, for magma to be so hot that it is boiling That's terrifying. Okay. Hi, I'm gonna grab you. For those coins. Ow. I just bonked. Actually, before I go up there, I do want... Damn. Okay, I survived. I'm gonna grab all this stuff over here. I also like the color of the moons here. Just that nice like cyan or sky blue. It kind of makes it look like a Jolly Rancher. I love the 2D sections. And I can't wait till I get a White Leaf site. I submitted my name to the White Leaf waiting list, but it's gonna be a while because I know there's a backlog. I know Tipster is still waiting on his, so I've got a little bit to go until I got mine. But hopefully, I think White Nervosa should be able to get back to doing a little bit more focused work on White Leaf. But it's still probably going to be a couple months before I get my White Leaf site. Once I get that, that'll really help. Because until I've got, like, channel monetization right now, all I can do is, you know, have my Stream Elements link in the description, which, you know, so far, it's been helping out. Actually, you know what? While I am here, since I've been sitting on my dono goal for a while, why don't I go ahead and update that, just in case people are feeling generous and liking my, It takes me a bit, because I have to open it up in Stream Elements, which I did not have open. There we go. Okay. I am greedy and I want more money. Now, where am I going next? That's where I'm going next. Rude? David's just challenging me. Don't feel obligated to give any money, Sai. You have been more than generous. But if you want to, I won't say no. Oh no, look at that big bird. Well, the extraordinary saying, maybe that's your answer. That's what kind of giant is cooking that much soup. Because she's got a chef's hat on. It wants me to do all that platforming. No, thank you. I'm just gonna jump right to it. Oh no. Boy, for tiny wings, those are pretty strong. Like, look at how fat she is, and she can not only carry herself, but cause a wind gust with those tiny wings. Very strong wings. Yeah, we blasted all the way back here. That is one angry volcano, and the volcano is still erupting. All right, let's go. Ow! What the hell? It was like I hit him with the hat, and then the hat hit him back on the rebound, and like it bounced him back into me. That was a... seems like a glitch. I know there's a heart right here. Yoink. You know, I wonder if Tiltify has SAG-AFTRA Foundation set up as one of the charities that can be donated to through Tiltify, because if so, I think I might try to organize a fundraiser for the SAG-AFTRA Foundation Strike Fund. I think that would be a... Oops. Did not get the torch. I think that might be a good, like, 24-hour stream or something like that. I don't know if I've got the stamina to do a full 24-hour stream, but, you know, I could do a... I don't know, maybe... beat some games, talk to some people, do a good fun charity stream like that. I know I've been wanting to do some like Mario Party with friends. Maybe that could be good for the for a charity stream, something like that. Whoa. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Actually, it's fine. I can get it later. Mario Party group stream would be amazing. Yeah, I know Tipster's interested. I think he just sent me his friend code today. Okay, now that I've done that, I'm just gonna warp back up. I just wanted to get those coins. Got 89 coins. I think I've got all of the overworld coins. I think the rest are in some, oh, you know what? I actually saw 2 of the coins that I missed down below as I was saying that. I know how to get those, though. I just gotta remember that those are there. Boss fight time! I don't like this part of the fight. Got her. Oh no! Bird is now the soup. I hope she tastes good. Threw her feathers in though. Gotta pick those out. Okay. Yeah, there's 2 over there, and actually I think there's 3 that only unlock once you have beat the area. Those 3 don't spawn normally, so I've got those. Now, needs to get these 2. Ow. Ow. And I just died. So, I need 6 more coins, and I know where at least 2 of those are. This subworld should have some of them. This subworld, until I figured out what I was doing, this gave me so much trouble. Because you don't have access to Cappy here. And you've got shifting platforms you just gotta deal with all the time. We'll see how well I do. Eat it. One shot. That area is tougher than it looks. Okay, now I know there's at least one more sub area that has coins. It may be this one down here. If it's not, I'll just do the sub area anyway because I'm going into it. Don't think this is it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. It might be, though. Yes, it is. Okay, good. You can see those last 3 coins right over there. No! I still gotta go and do that again because I need the last moon in here. Got it. And that is all of the coins. Now, there's one other thing I want to do over here. Oh no, I don't have the car here yet. I need to go to Cascade Kingdom first for that? Okay. Guess I will just go on to the next kingdom and worry about the cars at the end. Now we can head to Bowser's Kingdom. Wait a second. Oh, that can't be good. Bowser's Kingdom, here we come. I really like Bowser's Kingdom design in here. Oh, that's right. We get Ruined Kingdom first. This, blah, 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 blah. Bowser and Bowser's Kingdom. Is that Bowser? I've got a bad feeling about this. What? Are we shaking? Why? The realistic dragon. Let's see you survive this, plumber boy. Membro says Metroid is better than Mario. Well, I haven't really played any Metroid. You might be right. But I'd need to play Metroid to really be able to compare. It's weird. It's like this realistic design dragon is like the one non-cutesy thing in the game other than the realistic humanoids in New Donk City. Ruined Kingdom, Crumbledon. They named it Crumbledon before it was ruined? Dragon is here. Come at me, bro. Ow. Mistimed that jump. When did Mario get Dark Souls? This is not a Dark Souls fight. Rude. Easy. Easy clap. Not truly the Dark Souls of Mario games. No, no, this is not the Dark Souls of Mario games. I do like that fight, though. It's a pretty unique fight in all of these. Took me some time to learn it when I was first playing the game, but I've got it down now. Going to Bowser's Kingdom now. Is Mario Sunshine the hard one? You know, I've never played Mario Sunshine, so I couldn't tell you that. I would say probably SMB2J is the hard one. Super Mario Brothers 2 Japan, also known as the Lost Levels in the US release. It was such a hard sequel to the original Mario Brothers that they decided not to release it in the States and instead took the game Doki Doki Panic and reskinned it to be a Mario sequel for... That's why Super Mario Brothers 2 in the US is such a different game than the other ones in the NES series. Architecture, statues, Bowser's Castle. Wait, he's got his own castle? Man, we've got to help those two. Mario Sunshine is the Dark Souls of Mario game. Shit is janky and unforgiving. I believe you. I've never played it, so 100%ing it at least. Yeah, 100%ing this game is not too hard. There's just a couple of annoying ones, like there's the volleyball, the jump rope, and then like the bounding races can be annoying until you've learned the skips. You learn which parts of it, which parts of technically out of bounds won't get you out of bounds and put you back on the racetrack. It's like finding skips in Mario Kart. You're too baby to have played Mario Sunshine? Well, I'm actually the opposite in that I became an adult when the GameCube came out. I just remembered I want to... I like how the aesthetic of this zone plays very much on feudal Japan. It's a very unique, because usually like Bowser's Kingdom has been portrayed as more of like, you know, everything's made of lava, but then you've got more traditional like European castles. Whereas here, everything very Japanese in design. Bowser's Castle is usually a medieval type beat. Well, I mean, this is also medieval. It's just not medieval Europe. It's medieval Japan, right? Feudal era Japan. I would call that still. Smartphoning. Okay, nothing down there yet. There's a bunch of like moons and stuff that don't unlock here until you've I mean, obviously every zone has a bunch that don't unlock until you have beaten the game, but there's also a bunch of stuff that don't unlock until you've beaten the boss, even before you've beaten the game. Just the zone boss unlocks some additional stuff. I feel like, was there something hidden in here? No. What about over there? I missed. Oh, there's just a regular heart. Alright. I know there's more stuff up here, though. Yes. My bird just fell in her water dish and I need you all to know her shame. What? I feel like you told me what species your bird was. It was like some kind of a conure or something like that. I could be wrong. But I feel like you brought up your bird before. Parrots are very funny birds. A budgie. Okay. There's still a parrot. Possibly the dumber of the parrots. Is there anything else up here? Nope. Okay. Move on back this way.
Yahoo!
Big brutal battle. Before I do that, though.
I just want to get high just deadly for. Okay. Who's on down there?
Secret Invasion sucks, I guess, from what I heard. Yep, yeah, it sucks. I don't recommend anyone watch it. You're probably not missing anything if you just give it a complete pass. Samurai Mario time. Also, welcome in, Ness is best. How you doing today? This is probably one of my favorite sub areas. Just 2D, but on this, like, the folding paper wall. Really, really cool design. You. Okay, I think that's everything on this island. Ow. I bunked. Coolest would have been if I had aimed myself to land right onto the moon once I unfroze, but we can't always be cool. Oh, yeah, jumping on the hat makes a different noise because I'm wearing a samurai helmet. So, it's a different material. Yep, the wedding's almost here. The boss is getting ready and the keep up ahead. But you two can scram because you're definitely not invited. That's the best Southern Belle I can do. This one's a little difficult because she doesn't toss them straight at you. She tosses two slightly to the side, so you have to do a little bit of adjustment if you want to... Ow! You landed right on me. Yeah, see? I didn't get the fast skip on that one because I gotta move and then aim at the right spot. Well, let's get some hearts. Other boss time.
The boss wasn't kidding when he said you two are persistent. Owe it to the family, to all the Boodles, to come at you with everything I got.
Well. Oh, that's you. At me, bro. Ow. Also collecting the coins for moons. So there are some easier ways to collect coins. Once they added in Balloon World, if you've got enough stars in Balloon World, you can get coins really quickly. Like, I can pretty much get 10,000 coins in a matter of minutes doing Balloon World. But yeah, for a couple of the things, if you want 100% everything, it is a bit of a grind. I'm not gonna get the DLC outfits with this run, but I do want to get everything else. The DLC outfits are listed as special in there because they did an update so that all of the DLC stuff just gets available to everyone with coins. And I just realized I'll have to let that guy respawn. I need to go down here. And I don't think... Yeah. There's no moon down there yet, so... Now let's see if I can get this guy. Got it. I have had so many failures trying to get that thing before, where I just don't time it right and just fall to my death. I'm gonna get that flag first. Then I'm gonna get those coins down here. Come here. I got something for you. I'm not gonna hit you. I want you to hit this. Yeah, right here. Come on. I believe in you. Hey, Captain Toad. Oh god. Yeah, Ness, that would be atrocious. That is not a weird crypto ad bot. That is a legitimate Gayfesh ad bot. It is advertising that you can give me money. Last time. I almost skipped, but I remember I'm not skipping the big cinematics. You're too late. We're off to our wedding ceremony on the moon! Wahahaha! Oh no! Wait, why can't he just punch me with his fist? Why does he gotta punch me with his hat? Doesn't make sense. Haven't I killed all of these guys like twice by now? Guess I gotta do it 1 or 2 more times. Let me find that heart. Here we go. Okay. Right here. Come on, come at me, you know you wanna. There we go. Oh no. Okay, surely that should be the last or second to last time I have to defeat the Brutals. It's the second to last time. There's another version of this fight on Darker Side. Or not Darker Side, just Dark Side. Darker Side is the platforming one. Bunnies have 9 lives like cats. Well, these ones certainly do. We were one step away and about to fly off to the moon. We can chase after them in the Odyssey. Just throw me on that globe. Before I do that, I'm gonna get the rest of the coins in this zone. I'm not sure if there's coins in that one, but I know there's coins above it. I'm gonna go in there anyway, even if there's no coins. Yeah, I don't think there's coins here, but that's okay. Oh no! Oh, I missed those. I'm trying to think if there's actually any coins in any sub-areas here. Oh, there's one in the Acorn sub-area, I know that much, so we'll go ahead and do that right now. Ooh. Yeah, before they added the balloon world in 1.3, this was like the best way to go and get gold coins. Right up here. Oh, you know what? I don't even think there are purple coins here. Yeah, I was thinking this offshoot here. I was like, that's where purple coins are, right? But no, that's where a moon is. Okay, well, that's fine. Lots of coins, though. I was just looking underneath to see if there was... Oh! Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff over there. Hang on. Yes. Here's a bunch of them. And then I feel like... No, there's nothing. No purple coins here. Okay. I need 19 more coins. I think that's it for the coins. Around here. I want to do... John Brown did nothing wrong. Absolutely true. I don't even know what why John Brown came up, but that is so true. Darker Side was a hell of a man. How did you do it, Gay Fish? Lots of practice. It's just really a lot of get good. Okay. What is glide on skip? I mean, like, I've heard of it. I think I've looked it up, but I don't remember what it entails. Yeah, I actually used to play on the Pro controller, but now I play just on two controllers on the mounted together on the one thing, because with the Pro controller you can't do down throws like you can with the two joypads, right? That's what they're called, joypads. And so there's a particular skip that you can only do if you've got two joypads. You can't do it on the Pro controller, so that's why I switched over. Okay, so where are the last 4 coins that I need to get? I'm just gonna grab this one here. Let me try that again. I think I threw the hat while I was too close to him. Yeah, I don't think there's any purple coins here, but I'm gonna do it anyway. With Glide-On, if you do motion control stuff, you can extend his flight duration. So in the Glide-On section, you can just do the shake like hell and just barely reach the platform for the painting. Oh, that's cool. Okay. I might have to try that. Now, where am I missing the last 4 coins? Could pull up my map. Okay, so it is a 4 coin. Because I was checking the, I've got the IGN interactive maps up for this game. And it's 4. Okay, no, that's the 4 that was looking over there. Okay. You can't see the map that I've got pulled up, so it might be a little confusing what I am doing if you don't know. Oh! I know where the last 4 are. Can't believe I actually didn't do this part. There we are. All right. How many moons do I got now? 229. I am almost to having Dark Side unlocked. Actually, I probably will once you factor in all of the bonus moons and everything that I get once I get to the Mushroom Kingdom. Okay. I'm gonna fly to the moon, and then I'm gonna call it for the night. So here we go. Oh, that's right. I'm headed to a wedding. I better dress the part. Can't believe I'm wearing white to someone's wedding. It's also pretty amazing that a hot air balloon can make it to the moon. I don't think that's how physics works. Mario is faking the moon landing. Boy, that moon is a lot closer in Mario's worlds than it is in real life. But that's fine. It's a cartoon game. Bowser's Moon Wedding. Well, don't you look dapper. Those two must be over there. No time to dilly-dally. Let's go. However, I think there is time to dilly-dally. Save. And I think that's it for today. Thank you all so much for joining me. Today was a great stream. Sai, thank you so much for your incredibly generous donations. And I will see you all soon. I might do a stream on Sunday, just a game stream. We'll see how it goes. But thank you all for hanging out with me, and you have a wonderful evening.